Have you ever felt trapped in a cycle of good intentions followed by frustrating inaction? You start projects with enthusiasm, set ambitious goals, and vow this time will be different, only to find your motivation fizzles out, leaving you stuck and wondering why you can't just stick with it. You're not alone. The common wisdom tells us to find our passion, wait for inspiration, or muster more willpower. But what if the secret to achieving your goals isn't about feeling motivated, but about building something far more reliable? This audiobook, Keep Going, Force Yourself to Be Consistent, challenges the pervasive myth that success hinges on fleeting feelings of motivation. Instead, this book champions the enduring, quiet power of discipline and consistent action. It's a practical guide designed to help you escape the roller coaster of motivational highs and lows and build the bedrock habits and systems needed for sustained progress. Forget waiting for the right mood. Learn to show up, take action, and build momentum day in and day out, regardless of how you feel. This isn't about innate talent or superhuman self-control. It's about understanding the mechanics of behavior and building practical structures that make consistency your default mode. Drawing on fundamental principles from behavioral psychology, neuroscience, and real-world effectiveness strategies, this book provides a comprehensive framework for cultivating the internal fortitude and external supports necessary to keep going. You'll discover how seemingly minor actions, repeated consistently, compound over time to generate remarkable, often unexpected results. Chapter 1. Why Consistency? The alarm blares at 5:30 a.m. You groan, reaching for your phone to silence it. This is the day you promised yourself you'd finally start that morning workout routine. But as consciousness creeps in, so does that familiar voice. I'm still so tired. Maybe I'll start tomorrow instead. One more day won't hurt. You hit snooze, roll over, and drift back to sleep. Sound familiar? This moment, this decision point, is where dreams go to die. Not in dramatic failure, but in the quiet, seemingly innocent choice to wait for motivation that never quite arrives. We've all been there. The ambitious project abandoned halfway. The language learning app with a 43-day streak now untouched for months. The journal that contains 3 passionate entries from January before collecting dust on your nightstand. The business idea that never made it past the planning stage. Each time, the pattern is the same. Initial excitement, followed by waning enthusiasm, followed by abandonment. And each time we blame the same culprit. I just wasn't motivated enough. But what if motivation isn't what you've been missing all along? What if waiting to feel like it is precisely why you haven't achieved what you set out to do? The truth is both simpler and more challenging than most of us want to admit. The people who accomplish remarkable things aren't the ones who feel motivated all the time. They're the ones who show up consistently, especially when they don't feel like it. This book isn't about finding motivation. It's about building something far more reliable: consistency. It's about developing the capacity to keep going when motivation inevitably fades. It's about creating systems that make showing up your default mode rather than something you have to constantly convince yourself to do. By the time you finish this chapter, you'll understand why consistency, not motivation, is the true engine of achievement, and you'll have taken your first steps toward becoming someone who shows up day after day, regardless of how you feel. Before we go on, I invite you to download the free executive summary of this book, which contains the key ideas and takeaways of each chapter, and you can find it in the first link in the description. It's free for now, but it won't be forever, so make sure to grab it while you can. The motivation myth: why waiting to feel like it doesn't work. Think back to January 1st of any year. Gyms packed with new members. Social media flooded with declarations of ambitious goals. Everyone brimming with determination to make this year different. Now fast forward to February 15th. The gym crowds have thinned dramatically. The social media declarations have given way to normal posting patterns. What happened? The motivation wave crashed. Understanding motivation as a fleeting emotion. Motivation feels incredible. It's that surge of energy and possibility that makes you believe you can conquer anything. It's the montage sequence in a movie where the protagonist transforms through a series of quick cuts set to inspiring music. But real life doesn't work like a montage. Real life includes mundane Tuesdays when you're tired, stressed, or simply not in the mood. And that's where motivation reveals its true nature. It's an emotion, not a sustainable resource. Like all emotions, happiness, anger, fear, motivation is temporary and subject to countless variables beyond your control. It's affected by your sleep quality, hormone levels, recent experiences, social interactions, and countless other factors. Some days you'll wake up feeling ready to take on the world. Other days, getting out of bed feels like climbing Everest. This fluctuation isn't a character flaw or a sign of weakness. It's human biology and psychology working exactly as designed. Our emotional states evolved to be responsive to our environment, not to maintain a constant level of enthusiasm for long-term goals. When we build our action plans on the foundation of, "I'll do it when I feel motivated," we're essentially saying, "I'll do it when an unpredictable, uncontrollable emotional state happens to align with my plans." This approach virtually guarantees inconsistency. Consider how often you've said or thought, "I'll start working out when I feel more energetic. I'll write when inspiration strikes. I'll tackle that project when I'm in the right headspace." Each statement places your progress at the mercy of feelings that come and go, like weather patterns. Before we continue, make sure to subscribe to Grow to the Top and activate notifications to receive more self-improvement tips that will supercharge your growth. And make sure to give this video a thumbs up and share it with your friends. It really helps the channel grow. Thank you for your support. The inconsistency trap. This reliance on motivation creates what I call the inconsistency trap, a cycle that not only prevents progress, but actively works against it. Here's how it unfolds. 1. You set a goal and feel initial excitement, high motivation. 2. You take action while that excitement lasts. Motivation inevitably fades. 4. Action becomes sporadic or stops entirely. Progress stalls or reverses. 6. You feel frustrated and disappointed in yourself. 7. These negative feelings further decrease motivation. 8. Eventually, a new burst of motivation arrives, often triggered by frustration with lack of progress. 9. The cycle repeats. This pattern creates more than just a lack of progress. It actively generates negative consequences. First, inconsistent efforts often lead to regression. The progress you make during motivated periods gets erased during unmotivated periods. The weight you lose in January comes back by March. The 3 chapters you write during a creative burst gather digital dust for months. Second, this cycle breeds frustration and self-doubt. Each time you fall off track, you don't just lose progress, you lose faith in yourself. You begin to develop a story. "I'm just not disciplined enough," or "I guess I don't want it badly enough." These stories become self-fulfilling prophecies that make future attempts even harder. Finally, inconsistency creates a particularly insidious form of stagnation, one that feels like you're trying but never quite getting anywhere. You're putting in effort, just not in the sustained way that produces meaningful results. It's like repeatedly building the first 10% of different houses rather than completing one home you can actually live in. The most painful part? This cycle often leads to abandoning goals that truly matter to you, not because they weren't achievable, but because the approach was fundamentally flawed. The power of showing up, defining consistency. If motivation is an unreliable foundation for achievement, what's the alternative? The answer is consistency, the practice of showing up and taking action regularly, regardless of whether you feel like it. What consistency really means. Consistency is often misunderstood. It's not about being perfect or never missing a day. It's about maintaining a steady course of action over time, independent of your emotional state. While motivation focuses on how you feel, consistency focuses on what you do. It's the difference between "I'll work on my business when I feel inspired" and I work on my business every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday from 7-9 p.m., regardless of how I feel. This distinction is crucial. Motivation is emotion-focused. Consistency is process-focused. Motivation asks, do I feel like doing this right now? Consistency asks, is this what I've committed to doing right now? Many people mistakenly believe consistency is an innate trait, that some people are naturally disciplined while others aren't. This belief itself becomes an obstacle. I'm just not a consistent person. The truth is that consistency is a skill that can be developed, just like any other. It's built through practice, systems, and gradual improvement. No one is born consistent. They become consistent through deliberate effort and effective strategies. Think of consistency like a muscle. Initially, it may be weak and easily fatigued, but with regular exercise and proper technique, it grows stronger. What once felt impossible becomes manageable, then routine, and eventually automatic. Consistency as the engine of progress. When you commit to consistency, something remarkable happens. Progress becomes predictable rather than occasional. Consider two people learning to play the piano. Person, practices whenever they feel motivated, sometimes for 3 hours straight when inspiration hits, then not at all for weeks when it doesn't. Person B practices for 20 minutes every day without exception, whether they feel like it or not. After a year, who do you think will be the better pianist? Almost invariably, it's person B. Their total practice time might even be less than person A's sporadic marathon sessions, but the regular, consistent practice creates several advantages that sporadic effort can't match. First, consistency allows for skill development through spaced repetition. Our brains consolidate learning more effectively when information or skills are revisited regularly over time, rather than crammed into occasional intensive sessions. Second, consistent action creates reliable feedback loops. When you do something regularly, you can observe patterns, make adjustments, and see how those adjustments affect outcomes. This iterative process is the heart of improvement. Third, consistency builds neural pathways that make actions increasingly automatic. What initially requires conscious effort eventually becomes second nature. The pianist doesn't have to think about where each finger goes. The writer doesn't struggle to establish a flow state. The athlete performs complex movements instinctively. Finally, consistency eliminates the massive energy cost of constantly deciding whether to act. When action becomes a non-negotiable part of your routine, you bypass the exhausting internal debate that precedes each instance of, should I do this today? This is why consistency is the true engine of progress. While motivation might get the engine started, consistency keeps it running mile after mile, regardless of the terrain. The magic of compounding, small actions, big results. Perhaps the most powerful aspect of consistency is how it harnesses the principle of compounding, the same mathematical phenomenon that makes investments grow exponentially over time. Understanding the compounding effect in action. In finance, compound interest means that you earn interest not just on your initial investment, but also on the interest already accumulated. Over time, this creates exponential rather than linear growth. A small amount invested consistently over decades can grow to a surprisingly large sum. The same principle applies to consistent action in any area of life. Consider the now famous 1% better every day calculation. If you improve by just 1% each day, after a year you'll be 37 times better, not 365% better, which would be 3.65 times better, but 3,700% better. This happens because each day's 1% improvement builds on all previous improvements. This isn't just theoretical. Small, consistent actions create compounding effects in real life. The writer who produces 300 words daily will have written over 100,000 words in a year, enough for a substantial book. The salesperson who makes 5 extra calls every day will contact over 1,200 additional potential customers annually. The language learner who practices for 15 minutes daily accumulates 91 hours of practice yearly, equivalent to an intensive 2-week immersion program. What makes compounding particularly powerful is that the results often appear insignificant at first. This leads many people to abandon their efforts too soon, not realizing they were on the cusp of exponential returns. This is why consistency trumps intensity in most long-term endeavors. The person who exercises moderately 3 times a week for years will achieve far better health outcomes than someone who does extreme workouts for a month before burning out. Consistency allows for the accumulation of small gains that, over time, create massive results. It's the difference between trying to jump across a 30-foot chasm in one leap, impossible, versus building a bridge one plank at a time, entirely achievable. The negative compounding of inconsistency. Just as consistency creates positive compounding effects, inconsistency creates negative ones. When you break a consistent pattern, you don't just pause progress, you often move backward. This regression happens for several reasons. First, skills and physical adaptations deteriorate without regular use. The pianist who stops practicing loses finger dexterity. The runner who takes weeks off loses cardiovascular capacity. The language learner who pauses their studies forgets vocabulary. Second, breaking consistency often requires additional effort to restart. After a gym hiatus, the first workout back is unusually difficult and discouraging. After not writing for weeks, facing the blank page becomes increasingly intimidating. Third, each instance of inconsistency makes the next one more likely. Breaking a streak once makes it psychologically easier to break it again, creating a slippery slope toward complete abandonment. The cost of inconsistency compounds just like the benefits of consistency, but in the opposite direction. This is why the effort required to achieve a goal through inconsistent action is often far greater than the effort required through consistent action. Think of it like driving a car toward a destination. Consistency is like maintaining a steady speed. You make continuous progress with efficient fuel consumption. Inconsistency is like repeatedly accelerating and braking. You might eventually reach the same destination, but you'll use more fuel, create more wear and tear, and possibly arrive much later, if at all. Beyond personal goals, the broader impact of consistency. While we often think of consistency in terms of personal achievement, its impact extends far beyond individual goals. Consistency shapes how others perceive you and creates opportunities that sporadic effort never could. Building trust and reputation. Consistency is the foundation of trust. When people know they can count on you to deliver, whether it's meeting deadlines, maintaining quality, or simply showing up when you say you will, they develop confidence in you. This reliability becomes a form of social capital that opens doors. Employers promote consistent performers over occasionally brilliant but unreliable team members. Clients return to businesses that deliver consistent service. Audiences follow creators who publish regularly. Consider 2 freelancers, one who sometimes produces exceptional work but frequently misses deadlines, and another who consistently delivers good, though perhaps not always exceptional work on time, every time. Who would you rather hire? For most clients, the choice is clear. Consistency trumps occasional brilliance. The same principle applies in personal relationships. Being consistently present, attentive, and supportive builds deeper connections than grand but infrequent gestures. Conversely, inconsistency damages trust. Each time you fail to follow through on a commitment, you create a small crack in others' confidence in you. Enough cracks, and that confidence shatters entirely. This is particularly relevant in professional contexts. Your consistency, or lack thereof, becomes part of your personal brand. It's often the difference between being seen as reliable and trustworthy versus talented but flaky. The pathway to improvement and mastery. Beyond reputation, consistency creates the conditions necessary for mastery in any field. Consistent practice allows for deliberate improvement through what psychologists call deliberate practice, the systematic effort to improve performance through focused attention, feedback, and refinement. When you engage in an activity consistently, you begin to notice subtle patterns and details that sporadic practitioners miss. The daily writer develops an ear for rhythm and flow in language. The regular meditator becomes attuned to subtle shifts in attention. The consistent coder recognizes patterns that make problem-solving more efficient. This heightened awareness enables you to make micro-adjustments that compound over time. You correct small errors before they become ingrained habits. You refine techniques based on immediate feedback. You experiment with variations to discover what works best for you. This process of consistent practice, feedback, and refinement is how expertise develops in any field. It's not about talent or even intensity. It's about showing up regularly enough to accumulate the thousands of small lessons that eventually constitute mastery. Moreover, consistency builds confidence through proven capability. When you've shown up hundreds of times and seen the results of your efforts, you develop an evidence-based belief in your ability to persist and succeed. This isn't the fleeting confidence of motivation, but the earned confidence of experience. Shifting your mindset from motivation seeker to consistent doer. Understanding the power of consistency is one thing. Actually becoming consistent is another. The transition begins with a fundamental shift in mindset. Acknowledging the unreliability of motivation without judgment. The first step is to recognize and accept that motivation will fluctuate without judging yourself for it. Many people make the mistake of treating motivation as a moral issue. If I were truly passionate, committed, disciplined, I would always feel motivated. This creates a cycle of shame when motivation inevitably wanes. Instead, approach motivation as you would any other emotional state, as something that naturally rises and falls based on countless factors, many outside your control. Some days you'll feel motivated, other days you won't. Neither state reflects your worth or commitment to your goals. This acceptance frees you from waiting for the right feeling before taking action. Instead, you can decide to act based on commitment rather than current emotional state. This shift is subtle but profound, from "I'll work out if I feel like it" to "I'll work out whether I feel like it or not, because that's what I've committed to doing." This doesn't mean ignoring your feelings entirely. There are times when rest is genuinely needed or when persistent lack of motivation signals that a goal needs reevaluation. But it does mean recognizing that feelings make better data points than directors. They provide information, not instructions. Embracing the identity of someone who shows up. Beyond acknowledging motivation's unreliability, the most powerful mindset shift involves how you see yourself. Instead of identifying as someone trying to become consistent, begin thinking of yourself as someone who is consistent, someone who shows up regardless of circumstances or feelings. This identity-based approach, which we'll explore more deeply in a later chapter, creates a powerful internal compass. When faced with the decision to act or not, you simply ask, what would a consistent person do in this situation? The answer is usually clear. This shift focuses your attention on the action itself rather than the emotional state surrounding it. The question becomes not, do I feel like running today, but simply, is today a running day? Over time, as you repeatedly act in alignment with this identity, it becomes increasingly natural. What began as a conscious choice becomes an unconscious habit. You no longer debate whether to show up, you just do. This transformation doesn't happen overnight. It's built decision by decision, day by day. Each time you choose action over inaction, consistency over convenience, you strengthen this identity. Eventually, consistency becomes not something you do, but something you are. Exercise the inconsistency inventory. Before moving forward, take some time to reflect on how inconsistency has affected your progress toward important goals. This exercise isn't meant to induce guilt, but to clearly illustrate the impact of relying on motivation rather than consistency. 1. Choose one goal or habit you've struggled with due to inconsistency. This could be a fitness goal, a creative project, a business endeavor, or any area where sporadic effort has yielded disappointing results. 2. Identify specific instances where relying on motivation failed you. When did you feel excited and take action, only to stop when that excitement faded? What patterns do you notice in when and why your motivation disappeared? 3. Note the consequences of this inconsistency. How did it affect your progress? What frustrations or setbacks did it create? How did it impact your confidence or self-perception? 4. Now, imagine what might have happened if you had taken small, consistent actions in this area, regardless of motivation. What progress might you have made over the same period? How might the compounding effect have worked in your favor? 5. Use this reflection to reinforce the value of consistency moving forward. Let it serve not as a source of regret, but as motivation to approach your goals differently from now on. This exercise often reveals that the real obstacle to achievement isn't lack of ability, resources, or even time. It's the inconsistency that comes from relying on fluctuating motivation rather than sustainable systems. Conclusion. In this chapter, we've explored why consistency, not motivation, is the true engine of achievement. We've seen how motivation's fleeting nature makes it an unreliable foundation for long-term progress, while consistency creates the conditions for compounding growth and eventual mastery. We've also examined how consistency extends beyond personal achievement to build trust, reputation, and the confidence that comes from proven capability. And we've begun the mindset shift from motivation-dependent action to commitment-based consistency. But understanding why consistency matters is just the beginning. The real challenge lies in building systems that make consistency possible, even easy, regardless of how you feel on any given day. In the next chapter, we'll tackle one of the most fundamental requirements for consistency: clarity. Without a clear destination and path, even the most disciplined person will struggle to maintain consistent action. We'll explore how ambiguity fuels procrastination and how defining exactly what you want is the essential first step in building a system that keeps you moving forward. The journey from sporadic effort to reliable consistency begins with a single step. One you take not because you feel particularly motivated, but because you've decided that showing up is non-negotiable. That decision, repeated day after day, is what separates those who achieve their goals from those who merely wish they could. Chapter 2. Be clear. She stared at the blank document on her screen, cursor blinking rhythmically like a metronome, counting the seconds of her indecision. This was the third time this week she'd opened the file, determined to finally start writing her book. Yet here she was again, frozen in place, overwhelmed by possibilities. I want to write something meaningful, she thought, something that will help people. But what exactly? A self-help guide? A memoir with lessons? A collection of essays? And which topic should she focus on? Leadership, personal growth, relationships? Each path seemed promising, yet uncertain. Each decision spawned a dozen more questions. So she did what she'd done the previous 2 sessions, closed the document, promising herself she'd figure it out tomorrow. Tomorrow became next week became next month. The book remained unwritten. This scenario plays out countless times daily across every domain of human endeavor. People with genuine talent, ambition, and even discipline find themselves stuck not because they lack motivation or consistency, but because they lack something even more fundamental: clarity. In the previous chapter, we explored why consistency trumps motivation as the engine of achievement. But consistency itself requires fuel to function, and that fuel is clarity. Without a clear destination, even the most disciplined person will struggle to maintain consistent action. After all, how can you consistently move toward a target you can't clearly see? This chapter will reveal why ambiguity is the silent killer of consistency, and how gaining crystal clarity about what you want is the essential first step in building a system that keeps you moving forward. You'll discover why "I don't know exactly what I want" might be the most significant barrier standing between you and your goals, and more importantly, how to overcome it. By the end of this chapter, you'll understand why clarity isn't just helpful, but necessary for consistent action, and you'll have practical tools to define your destination with precision. The fog that has kept you stuck will begin to lift, revealing the path forward with newfound clarity. The fog of ambiguity, Why lack of clarity stalls action. Have you ever noticed how much easier it is to navigate a familiar neighborhood than an unfamiliar city without GPS? When you know exactly where you're going, each turn feels automatic. But in unfamiliar territory without clear directions, each intersection becomes a moment of hesitation and doubt. The same principle applies to pursuing any goal. Ambiguity creates friction that makes consistent action nearly impossible. Recognizing ambiguity as the enemy of consistency. When your destination is unclear, every step forward feels uncertain. Should you turn left or right, speed up, or slow down? Without clarity, these questions multiply with each decision point, creating a mental burden that quickly becomes overwhelming. Consider two scenarios. In the first, you've decided to get in shape. It's a common goal, but what does it actually mean? Does it mean losing weight, building muscle, improving cardiovascular health, increasing flexibility, all of these? And how will you know when you've achieved it? Without clarity, each workout becomes a question mark. Should you run today, lift weights, do yoga? The ambiguity makes each decision point an opportunity for hesitation and inconsistency. In the second scenario, you've decided to run a 5K in under 30 minutes 3 months from now. This clarity changes everything. Suddenly, your workouts have direction. You know you need to focus on running, gradually building distance and speed. You can track your progress against a specific metric. Each session has purpose. The difference between these scenarios isn't motivation or discipline, it's clarity. The second scenario makes consistency possible because it eliminates the constant decision-making that ambiguity requires. This is why vague intentions rarely translate into consistent behavior. I want to write more doesn't tell you what to write, when to write, or how much to write. I want to improve my finances doesn't specify which actions will actually move the needle. These ambiguous goals create a fog that obscures the path forward, making each step uncertain and tentative. Perhaps the most insidious form of ambiguity is the phrase, "I don't know what I want." This statement often masquerades as a simple observation, but it's actually one of the most significant barriers to progress. When you don't know what you want, how can you possibly take consistent action toward it? The truth is that most people have at least some sense of their desires, but they haven't done the work of clarifying those desires into actionable targets. They remain stuck in the comfortable haze of ambiguity, where dreams can stay perfect because they never confront the messy reality of specific action. Analysis paralysis, when thinking too much stops you cold. Ambiguity doesn't just make consistency difficult, it can prevent action altogether through a phenomenon known as analysis paralysis. Analysis paralysis occurs when overthinking prevents you from making a decision or taking action. It's the state of being so overwhelmed by options, information, or potential outcomes that you become stuck in an endless loop of analysis. This paralysis is particularly common when goals lack clarity. Without a clear target, the number of potential paths multiplies exponentially. Each option requires evaluation against unclear criteria, creating a mental burden that quickly becomes overwhelming. Think about the last time you tried to make a decision with unclear parameters. Perhaps you were considering a career change, but weren't sure exactly what you wanted in your next role. Or maybe you wanted to start a side project, but couldn't decide which idea to pursue. The ambiguity likely led to endless research, pros and cons lists, and conversations that ultimately left you more confused than when you started. This pattern has telltale signs. You gather more and more information without feeling any closer to a decision. You find yourself going in circles, revisiting the same options repeatedly. You feel overwhelmed by possibilities rather than excited by them. You postpone decisions, telling yourself you need just a bit more research. You experience decision fatigue and mental exhaustion. The irony is that analysis paralysis often affects thoughtful, intelligent people most severely. The more capable you are of considering multiple angles and potential outcomes, the more likely you are to get trapped in this cycle of overthinking. But the root cause isn't intelligence, it's lack of clarity. Without clear criteria for what success looks like, every option seems simultaneously promising and risky. Without a defined destination, every path could be the right one or the wrong one. This is why clarity is so crucial for consistent action. It breaks the cycle of analysis paralysis by providing clear parameters for decision-making. When you know exactly what you're aiming for, you can evaluate options based on whether they move you toward that specific target rather than endlessly weighing ambiguous possibilities. Defining your destination, the power of knowing what you want. Imagine boarding a plane and the pilot announcing, "We're going to fly somewhere today. I'm not exactly sure where, but we'll figure it out as we go along." You'd likely demand a refund and exit immediately. Yet many people approach their goals with this exact mindset, setting off without a clear destination, hoping they'll recognize it when they arrive. Clarity as a compass for your efforts. When you have absolute clarity about what you want to achieve, decision-making becomes dramatically simpler. Each choice can be evaluated against a single criterion. Does this move me closer to my specific destination? This clarity functions like a compass, providing constant orientation regardless of where you are in your journey. When you get off track, as everyone inevitably does, the compass immediately shows you which direction to turn to get back on course. Without this compass, each decision requires extensive deliberation. Should you take this opportunity or that one? Should you focus on developing this skill or that one? Should you say yes to this commitment or decline it? Without clarity, these questions have no definitive answers, leading to inconsistent choices that often cancel each other out. Clarity also allows you to focus your energy effectively. Human attention and willpower are finite resources. When you lack clarity, these precious resources get scattered across too many possibilities, diluting their impact. But when you know exactly what you're aiming for, you can concentrate your energy on the specific actions that move you toward that target. This focused energy creates momentum. Each step builds on the previous one, creating a compound effect that accelerates progress. Without clarity, your efforts remain fragmented, never accumulating enough force in any single direction to generate meaningful momentum. Perhaps most importantly, clarity serves as the foundation for designing consistent actions. When you know your destination with precision, you can map out the specific, repeatable behaviors that will take you there. These behaviors become your system, the engine of consistency we'll explore more deeply in the next chapter. Moving from vague ideas to concrete objectives. The journey from ambiguity to clarity begins with translating vague desires into specific outcomes. This translation process is often the most challenging part of goal setting, but it's also the most crucial. Consider these common vague goals and their more specific counterparts. Vague, I want to be more productive. Specific, I want to complete my 3 most important work tasks before noon each day. I want to improve my relationships. Specific, I want to have meaningful one-on-one conversations with each family member at least once per week. I want to advance in my career. Specific, I want to be promoted to senior manager within 18 months by developing expertise in project management and leading at least 2 successful cross-departmental initiatives. The specific versions provide clear targets that can guide consistent action. They answer the essential questions. What exactly am I trying to achieve? How will I know when I've achieved it? This specificity also helps filter out distractions and irrelevant tasks. When you know you're aiming to be promoted through project management expertise, you can confidently decline opportunities that don't develop that specific skill, even if they might be valuable in other contexts. So how do you translate your own vague desires into concrete objectives? Start by asking yourself these questions. What does success in this area look like in tangible, observable terms? How would I know if I've achieved this goal? What would be different? What specific results am I seeking? What metrics or indicators would show I'm making progress? The answers to these questions help transform abstract aspirations into concrete targets that can guide consistent action. Another powerful technique is to visualize your desired outcome in detail. Imagine you've already achieved your goal. What exactly has changed? What are you doing differently? What specific results have you produced? This vivid mental picture can provide clarity that abstract thinking often misses. The key is to push beyond comfortable generalities to specific, concrete outcomes. This process might feel challenging or even uncomfortable. It forces you to commit to a particular direction and let go of the infinite possibilities that ambiguity allows. But this commitment is precisely what makes consistent action possible. Goals versus systems, finding the right balance. As you work to clarify your destination, it's important to understand the relationship between goals and systems, two concepts that are often confused but serve distinct purposes in creating consistency. The role of goals, setting the direction. Goals define what you want to achieve, the specific outcomes you're aiming for. They provide direction and purpose to your efforts, answering the question, where am I going? Well-defined goals serve several important functions. First, they provide a clear target to aim for. Like a destination on a map, they show you where you're trying to go, allowing you to chart a course to get there. Second, goals create a standard against which to measure progress. They allow you to determine whether you're moving in the right direction and how far you've come. Third, clear goals can provide motivational power. When you can visualize a specific, desirable outcome, it becomes easier to maintain effort toward achieving it, especially during challenging periods. However, goals alone are insufficient for long-term consistency. While they provide direction, they don't provide the day-to-day structure needed to maintain consistent action. This is where many people falter. They set clear goals, but fail to establish the systems needed to achieve them. Think of it this way. A goal is like a destination on a map, while a system is the vehicle and route that will get you there. Both are necessary, but they serve different functions. The power of systems, defining the process. If goals define what you want to achieve, systems define how you will achieve it. Systems are the processes, routines, and habits that you follow consistently to move toward your goals. While goals focus on future outcomes, systems focus on present behaviors. They answer the question, what do I need to do regularly to reach my destination? The power of systems lies in their repeatability. A good system doesn't require you to reinvent the wheel each day. It provides a clear, predefined process to follow. This repeatability is what makes consistency possible, even when motivation fluctuates. Consider the difference between these approaches. Goal-focused. I want to write a book by the end of the year. System-focused. I will write for 1 hour every morning before checking email or social media. The goal provides direction, but the system is what actually produces the book. Without the system, the goal remains a distant aspiration rather than an achievable outcome. This distinction leads to one of the most important principles for achieving consistency. You don't rise to the level of your goals, you fall to the level of your systems. This principle, popularized by James Clear in Atomic Habits, highlights a crucial truth. Your outcomes are determined not by what you hope to achieve, but by the quality of the systems you have in place. Even the most inspiring goals will remain unrealized without effective systems to support them. When your systems are weak or non-existent, consistency becomes a constant battle against friction and resistance. Each action requires a fresh decision, a new surge of willpower, a renewed commitment. This approach quickly depletes your mental and emotional resources, making inconsistency almost inevitable. But when you have robust systems in place, consistency becomes your default mode. The predefined process reduces decision fatigue, minimizes resistance, and creates a path of least resistance toward your goals. Integrating goals and systems for maximum impact. The most effective approach integrates goals and systems, using each for its proper purpose. Goals provide direction, systems provide the means of travel. This integration begins with using your clear goals to inform the design of your system. Once you know exactly where you're going, you can identify the specific, repeatable actions that will take you there. For example, if your goal is to run a marathon in 6 months, your system might include running 4 days per week following a specific training plan, strength training twice per week to prevent injuries, getting at least 7 hours of sleep each night, tracking your progress in a running app. Each component of this system directly supports the goal, creating a clear path toward the desired outcome. Once your system is established, your daily focus shifts from the distant goal to executing the system consistently. Rather than constantly thinking about the marathon months away, you focus on completing today's scheduled run. This present-focused approach makes consistency far more manageable. You're not trying to run a marathon today, you're just completing today's training session. This doesn't mean ignoring your goals once your system is in place. Regular check-ins are essential to ensure your system is actually moving you toward your destination. But between these check-ins, your primary focus remains on executing your system consistently. Over time, this consistent execution of your system is what delivers the goal. The marathon isn't completed in a single heroic effort. It's the culmination of hundreds of training sessions, each one a small step toward the finish line. This integration of clear goals and robust systems creates a powerful engine for achievement. The goal provides direction and purpose. The system provides the structure and process needed for consistent action. Together, they form a complete approach that addresses both where you're going and how you'll get there. Making it actionable, tools for gaining clarity. Understanding the importance of clarity is one thing, actually achieving it is another. Fortunately, there are proven frameworks and techniques that can help you transform vague aspirations into crystal clear objectives and effective systems. The SMART framework, a practical guide to clear goals. One of the most widely used and effective frameworks for creating clear goals is the SMART criteria. This acronym stands for specific, measurable, attainable, relevant, and time-bound, 5 characteristics that, when combined, create goals with remarkable clarity and power. Let's explore each component. Specific. A specific goal answers the fundamental questions: who, what, where, when, and why. It leaves no room for ambiguity or interpretation. Instead of, I want to exercise more, a specific goal might be, I will complete 3 30-minute strength training sessions per week at my home gym to improve my overall health and energy levels. Specificity eliminates the vagueness that leads to inconsistency. It transforms abstract desires into concrete targets that can guide action. When your goal is specific, you know exactly what you're aiming for and what actions will move you toward it. Measurable. A measurable goal includes concrete criteria for tracking progress and determining when the goal has been achieved. It answers the question, how will I know when I've succeeded? Measurability creates accountability and provides ongoing feedback about your progress. Instead of, I want to become a better public speaker, a measurable goal might be, I will deliver at least 1 presentation per month and increase my audience engagement score from an average of 7/10 to 9/10 by the end of the year. This measurability allows you to track your progress objectively rather than relying on subjective feelings. It transforms better into a specific standard that can be evaluated and achieved. Attainable. An attainable goal stretches your abilities but remains within the realm of possibility given your current resources, constraints, and circumstances. It's challenging enough to require growth, but not so overwhelming that it paralyzes action. Attainability doesn't mean setting easy goals. It means setting goals that are ambitious yet realistic. A goal that's too far beyond your current capabilities can actually decrease motivation and consistency by making progress seem impossible. For example, if you currently run 5K in 35 minutes, aiming for 30 minutes within 3 months might be attainable with consistent training. Aiming for 20 minutes in the same time frame would likely be unattainable for most people and could lead to frustration and abandonment. Relevant. A relevant goal aligns with your broader objectives, values, and life circumstances. It matters to you personally and fits within the larger context of your life and aspirations. Relevance ensures that your goal is worth the effort required to achieve it. A goal might be specific, measurable, and attainable, but if it doesn't align with what truly matters to you, consistency will be difficult to maintain. Ask yourself, why does this goal matter to me? How does it connect to my larger vision for my life? Is this the right time to pursue this particular goal? Time-bound. A time-bound goal includes a specific deadline or time frame for completion. This temporal boundary creates urgency and helps prevent procrastination. Without a time frame, goals can remain perpetually on the horizon, always important but never urgent. A deadline transforms someday into a specific point in time, creating the necessary tension to motivate consistent action. For example, I will launch my website by March 31st creates a clear boundary that I will launch my website lacks. The deadline forces decisions, prioritization, and action. When combined, these 5 criteria transform vague aspirations into clear, actionable goals that can guide consistent effort. A fully SMART goal leaves no room for ambiguity or interpretation. It provides a crystal clear target that can orient your system and actions. Breaking it down, from big goals to small steps. Even with a clear, SMART goal, the path to achievement can still feel overwhelming if the goal is substantial. This is where breaking down large goals into smaller, manageable actions becomes essential. This decomposition process serves several important functions. First, it makes the goal less intimidating. A major goal like write a book can feel overwhelming in its entirety, but broken down into write 500 words each day, it becomes a series of manageable tasks that can be approached one at a time. Second, breaking down goals provides clarity on what to do next. Rather than facing the paralysis of a massive objective, you have a specific, concrete action to take today. This clarity eliminates the decision fatigue that often leads to procrastination. Third, smaller steps create more frequent opportunities for progress and accomplishment. Each completed step provides a small win that builds momentum and motivation for the next step. The key to effective decomposition is ensuring that each step is specific and actionable. Research is too vague. Spend 30 minutes finding and saving 5 relevant journal articles is specific enough to act on immediately. The most effective breakdown creates a clear hierarchy. The SMART goal, your clear destination. Major milestones or phases, the main segments of your journey. Weekly objectives, what you aim to accomplish this week. Daily actions, the specific tasks you'll complete today. This hierarchy connects your daily actions directly to your ultimate goal, ensuring that each small step moves you in the right direction. This breakdown also informs the design of your system. Once you've identified the specific actions needed to achieve your goal, you can create routines and processes that incorporate these actions consistently. For example, if your goal is to create a portfolio of 20 high-quality photographs for an exhibition in 6 months, your breakdown might include: research and select 5 potential themes, week 1. Choose one theme and create a shot list of 30 potential images, week 2. Schedule 3 2-hour shooting sessions per week, ongoing. Review and edit images every Friday afternoon. Select the best 20 images and begin post-processing, month 5. Finalize images and prepare for printing, month 6. This breakdown transforms the abstract goal of create a photography portfolio into specific, actionable steps that can be incorporated into a consistent system. Exercise, the clarity blueprint. Now it's time to apply these principles to your own goals and create a blueprint for clarity that will guide your consistent action. Choose one area where you desire more consistency. This could be related to your health, career, relationships, creative pursuits, or any other domain where you want to make progress through consistent effort. Begin by brainstorming the specific outcome or result you want in this area. What exactly are you trying to achieve? Be as specific as possible about what success looks like. Next, refine your goal using the SMART criteria. Specific. Define your goal precisely. Who is involved? What exactly do you want to accomplish? Where will this happen? Why is this important to you? Measurable. How will you track progress and know when you've succeeded? What metrics or indicators will you use? Is this goal realistic, given your current resources, skills, and constraints? Is it challenging but achievable? Does this goal align with your broader objectives and values? Is it worthwhile and timely? By when do you want to achieve this goal? What's your deadline or time frame? Write down your refined SMART goal, ensuring it addresses all 5 criteria. Now, brainstorm the daily or weekly actions needed to move toward this goal. What specific, repeatable behaviors will form the core of your system? Break down any larger actions into smaller, concrete steps if necessary. Each step should be specific enough that you know exactly what to do and when to do it. Finally, write down the core components of the system you will focus on implementing. These are the regular, consistent actions that will form the foundation of your progress toward your goal. This clarity blueprint provides the essential foundation for consistency. With a clear destination and a defined path, you're now ready to design the systems that will make consistent action not just possible, but inevitable. Conclusion. In this chapter, we've explored why clarity is the essential foundation for consistency. We've seen how ambiguity creates friction that makes consistent action difficult or impossible, often leading to analysis paralysis and stagnation. We've examined the power of knowing exactly what you want and how this clarity serves as a compass for your efforts, simplifying decision-making and allowing you to focus your energy effectively. We've distinguished between goals, what you want to achieve, and systems, how you will achieve it, recognizing that both are necessary but serve different functions. We've also explored practical tools for gaining clarity, including the SMART framework for goal setting and the process of breaking down large goals into manageable steps. Through the Clarity Blueprint exercise, you've begun to apply these principles to your own goals, creating a foundation for the consistent action that will follow. With clarity established, you're now ready to take the next step in your journey toward consistency. But clarity alone isn't enough. You need a reliable mechanism for translating that clarity into consistent action. You need a system that works with your psychology rather than against it, making the right actions almost automatic. In the next chapter, we'll explore the hidden architecture that shapes your behavior without you even realizing it. You'll discover why willpower is overrated and how the invisible forces in your environment might be sabotaging your best intentions. Most importantly, you'll learn how to harness these forces to make consistency almost effortless. The path to consistency isn't about trying harder, it's about designing smarter. And that design begins with understanding the invisible blueprint that's already guiding your actions every day. Chapter 3, Design System. The man had tried everything. For years, he'd struggled to maintain a consistent meditation practice. He'd downloaded apps, bought cushions, read books, and attended workshops. He knew the benefits: reduced stress, improved focus, greater emotional regulation, and genuinely wanted to make meditation part of his life. Yet, despite his best intentions, the pattern was always the same. A few days of diligent practice, followed by missed sessions that stretched into weeks of inactivity. Eventually, guilt or renewed determination would prompt him to start again, and the cycle would repeat. Maybe I just lack discipline, he thought. Maybe I'm not cut out for meditation. Then one day, he made a simple change. He placed his meditation cushion in the center of his living room floor before going to bed. When he came downstairs the next morning, the cushion was the first thing he saw, an unmistakable visual reminder of his intention. Almost without thinking, he sat down for 5 minutes of meditation. He continued placing the cushion out each night, and day after day, he found himself sitting for those 5 minutes with remarkably little resistance. Weeks passed, then months. The habit stuck. What changed? It wasn't his motivation or willpower. It wasn't a sudden surge of discipline. It was his system, specifically the environment he designed around his intended behavior. In the previous chapter, we explored the importance of clarity, knowing exactly what you want to achieve. But clarity alone isn't enough. Even with crystal clear goals, consistent action remains elusive for many people. The missing piece is an effective system, a reliable structure that transforms intentions into consistent behavior. This chapter will reveal why willpower is vastly overrated and how the secret to consistency lies not in trying harder, but in designing smarter. You'll discover the hidden architecture that shapes your behavior without you even realizing it, and learn how to harness these invisible forces to make consistency almost effortless. By understanding the mechanics of habit formation and the profound influence of your environment, you'll be able to create systems that make consistent action your default mode rather than a constant struggle. The path to consistency isn't about becoming a different person, it's about designing a different system. Systems thinking, moving beyond isolated actions. When most people think about consistency, they focus on individual actions, going to the gym, writing daily, practicing an instrument. They see these as isolated behaviors that require willpower to perform repeatedly. But this perspective misses something crucial. Consistent behaviors don't exist in isolation. They exist within systems, interconnected processes, and environments that either support or undermine the behavior. What is a system in the context of consistency? A system, in the simplest terms, is a set of processes or routines that you follow consistently. It's the infrastructure that supports your intended behaviors, making them more likely to occur regularly. Think of a system as the rails on which your actions run. Without rails, each action requires a fresh decision, a new surge of willpower, a renewed commitment. This approach quickly depletes your mental and emotional resources, making inconsistency almost inevitable. But with well-designed rails in place, your actions follow a predetermined path. The system creates a channel for your behavior, reducing friction and resistance. It transforms your intentions into repeatable actions that occur with minimal deliberation. Consider the difference between these approaches. Without a system, I should meditate today, but when and for how long? Maybe I'll do it after work, though I might be tired then. Perhaps I should do it now, but I haven't really prepared a space. With a system, it's 7 a.m., my meditation cushion is right here where I left it last night. Time for my 10-minute session. The first approach requires multiple decisions, each creating an opportunity for procrastination or abandonment. The second approach leverages a predefined process that minimizes decision points and creates a clear path to action. This distinction highlights the fundamental difference between system-based action and sporadic, willpower-driven efforts. Willpower-driven efforts rely on momentary determination and motivation, which fluctuate constantly. System-based action relies on predefined processes and environmental cues, which remain stable regardless of your emotional state. Why systems are the key to long-term consistency. Systems are the key to long-term consistency for several crucial reasons. First, systems automate decision-making, reducing your reliance on moment-to-moment choices. Each decision you make throughout the day depletes your mental energy, a phenomenon known as decision fatigue. By creating systems, you essentially make certain decisions in advance, preserving your mental resources for other tasks. For example, if you decide once that I meditate for 10 minutes every morning at 7 a.m., you eliminate the daily decisions of whether, when, and how long to meditate. This single predecision replaces countless future decision points, dramatically reducing the cognitive load of consistency. Second, systems ensure progress even when motivation is low. Motivation is an unreliable resource that fluctuates based on countless factors: sleep quality, stress levels, recent experiences, and more. A well-designed system continues functioning regardless of these fluctuations. On days when you feel energized and motivated, your system channels that energy efficiently. On days when motivation is scarce, your system provides the structure and prompts needed to maintain action despite low enthusiasm. This consistency across varying emotional states is what creates long-term progress. Third, systems provide a structure for continuous improvement. When your behavior follows a consistent pattern, you can observe results, identify bottlenecks, and make targeted adjustments. This iterative process allows your system to evolve and improve over time. Without a system, improvements are haphazard and difficult to evaluate. With a system, each adjustment builds on previous refinements, creating a compound effect that enhances efficiency and effectiveness over time. The power of systems becomes particularly evident when comparing the results of system-based consistency versus willpower-driven efforts. The person who creates a robust system for daily writing will ultimately produce far more work than someone who writes only when inspiration or motivation strikes, even if the latter occasionally produces brilliant work during motivated periods. This is why systems thinking represents a fundamental shift in approaching consistency. Instead of asking, "How can I force myself to do this regularly?" you ask, "What system can I design that makes this behavior almost automatic?" This shift moves the focus from internal struggle to external design, from willpower to architecture. Understanding the habit loop, the building blocks of your system. To design effective systems, you need to understand the fundamental building blocks of consistent behavior, habits. While systems encompass broader structures and processes, habits are the individual behavioral units that form the core of these systems. Habits as the foundation of consistent behavior. Habits are small decisions and actions that you perform routinely, often with little or no conscious thought. Research suggests that habits account for a significant portion of our daily behavior, approximately 40% according to some studies. This means that nearly half of what you do each day isn't the result of deliberate decisions, but of habitual patterns. These habits aren't just minor behaviors like brushing your teeth or tying your shoes. They include how you respond to stress, how you approach work tasks, how you interact with others, and countless other behaviors that significantly impact your life and goals. The power of habits lies in their automaticity. Once established, habits require minimal conscious effort or willpower to maintain. They become your default response to specific situations or cues, occurring almost automatically when triggered. This automaticity is what makes habits the ideal foundation for consistency. When a behavior becomes habitual, consistency is no longer a daily struggle, but simply your default mode of operation. The action becomes something you do without questioning or resisting, like brushing your teeth before bed or checking your phone when you wake up. Understanding habits as automated responses to contextual cues is crucial for system design. It shifts your focus from trying to force consistency through sheer willpower to creating the conditions that make habitual behavior almost inevitable. This perspective reveals habit formation as the core mechanism for building effective systems. By designing your system to leverage the natural mechanics of habit formation, you create a structure that generates consistency with minimal ongoing effort. Deconstructing the habit loop. To harness the power of habits in your system design, you need to understand how habits form and function. The most widely accepted model of habit formation is the habit loop, which consists of 4 components: cue, craving, response, and reward. The cue is the trigger that initiates the behavior. It's the first domino that sets the habit in motion. Cues generally fall into 5 categories. Time, waking up, lunchtime, 8 p.m. Location, home, office, gym. Emotional state, e.g. stress, boredom, happiness. Other people, e.g. friends, colleagues, family. Preceding action, e.g. finishing a meal, arriving home. These cues signal to your brain that it's time to perform a particular behavior. Over time, your brain learns to associate specific cues with specific behaviors, creating an automatic response pattern. The craving is the motivational force that drives the habit, the desire for the change in internal state that the habit provides. Importantly, you don't crave the habit itself, but the reward it delivers. You don't crave meditation, you crave the calm and clarity it provides. You don't crave exercise, you crave the energy, confidence, or sense of accomplishment it generates. Understanding the specific craving behind a habit is crucial for designing systems that maintain motivation over time. The response is the actual habit or action you perform. This is the behavior itself, the meditation session, the workout, the writing practice. For a response to become part of a habit loop, it must be physically capable of being performed. You have the ability to do it, and psychologically capable of being performed. The mental effort required isn't prohibitive. The reward is the satisfaction or benefit gained from performing the habit. This reward serves two purposes. It satisfies the craving, providing immediate gratification, and it teaches your brain which behaviors are worth remembering and repeating. Effective rewards create a positive association with the behavior, reinforcing the habit loop and increasing the likelihood that you'll repeat the behavior when the cue appears again. Over time, this reinforcement strengthens the neural pathways associated with the habit, making the behavior increasingly automatic. This four-component loop, cue, craving, response, reward, forms a neurological feedback system that governs much of your behavior. Once established, this loop runs automatically, requiring minimal conscious input or willpower. Using the loop to build good habits and break bad ones. Understanding the habit loop gives you leverage points for influencing your behavior. By manipulating different components of the loop, you can design systems that make desired habits more likely and undesired habits less likely. To build a new habit, you need to identify or create a clear, consistent cue that will trigger the behavior, a compelling craving that motivates the action, a response that is simple enough to perform reliably, a satisfying reward that reinforces the behavior. For example, if you want to build a habit of daily meditation, the cue might be a specific time of day or a visual reminder, like a meditation cushion in a prominent location. The craving might be for the calm and mental clarity that meditation provides. The response would be the meditation practice itself, starting with a duration short enough to perform consistently. The reward might be the immediate sense of accomplishment or the peaceful state that follows meditation. Conversely, to break an undesired habit, you can intervene at various points in the loop. Make the cue less obvious or eliminate it entirely. Reduce the craving by changing your mindset or finding alternative ways to satisfy the underlying need. Make the response more difficult to perform. Diminish the reward or create negative consequences for the behavior. This framework provides a systematic approach to habit formation and change, moving beyond simplistic notions of just try harder to a nuanced understanding of the mechanisms that drive consistent behavior. By identifying the components of habits you want to build or change, you gain specific leverage points for designing your system. Each component of the habit loop offers opportunities for intervention and optimization, allowing you to create conditions that naturally generate the consistency you seek. Designing your environment, making cues obvious. While understanding the habit loop is essential, perhaps the most powerful insight for system design is recognizing the profound influence of your environment on your behavior. Your physical surroundings shape your actions far more than most people realize, often overriding your conscious intentions and willpower. Your environment as the invisible hand shaping your actions. Every environment is designed to make certain behaviors easier and others more difficult. This design may be intentional or accidental, but its impact is undeniable. Your home, workspace, digital devices, and even the people around you create an invisible architecture that guides your behavior in specific directions. This environmental influence operates largely below conscious awareness. You don't actively decide to check your phone dozens of times daily. The mere presence and visibility of the device triggers the behavior automatically. You don't deliberately choose to sit on the couch instead of exercising. The arrangement of your living space makes one option more convenient than the other. Research consistently shows that environmental cues exert a stronger influence on behavior than internal factors like willpower or motivation. This is why people often behave differently in different environments, even when their intentions remain the same. Understanding this reality leads to a crucial insight. Willpower is often weaker than environmental triggers. Trying to force yourself to behave consistently in an environment designed against that behavior is like swimming upstream. Possible, but exhausting, and ultimately unsustainable. This recognition shifts your focus from internal resistance to external design. Instead of asking, how can I make myself more disciplined, you ask, how can I design my environment to make the right behaviors easier and the wrong behaviors harder? This shift is liberating. It acknowledges that consistency isn't primarily about personal virtue or willpower, but about intelligent design. It's not about changing who you are, but about changing the space around you to support who you want to become. Making good habits obvious. The first principle of environmental design is to make the cues for desired habits obvious and unavoidable. Since the cue initiates the habit loop, making it prominent increases the likelihood that the desired behavior will follow. Visual cues are particularly powerful because human beings are highly visual creatures. What you see shapes what you do. This is why strategically placing visual reminders of your intended habits can dramatically increase consistency. For example, if you want to establish a consistent exercise habit, placing your workout clothes and shoes in a visible location, perhaps laid out the night before, creates a clear visual cue that's difficult to ignore. The mere sight of these items triggers the associated behavior pattern. Beyond visual cues, you can design your space to prompt the next step in your system. This might mean creating a dedicated meditation corner with cushion and timer ready to use, or setting up a writing space with computer open to a blank document. These environmental preparations reduce friction and create a clear path to action. Technology can also serve as a powerful environmental cue. Setting specific reminders on your phone or computer can trigger desired behaviors at optimal times. Calendar blocks, alarm reminders, and specialized habit tracking apps all serve as digital environmental cues that prompt consistent action. The key principle is to make the cue for your desired habit so obvious that it's almost impossible to miss. By designing your environment to constantly remind you of your intended behaviors, you reduce reliance on memory and willpower, making consistency far more likely. Making bad habits invisible. Just as making good habit cues obvious increases desired behaviors, making bad habit cues invisible reduces undesired behaviors. This principle leverages the same environmental influence, but in the opposite direction. Reducing exposure to cues that trigger unwanted behaviors is often more effective than trying to resist those behaviors through willpower alone. If you don't encounter the cue, you don't experience the craving, and the habit loop never begins. For example, if social media distracts you from important work, removing social media apps from your phone or using website blockers during work hours eliminates the cues that trigger the distraction habit. Without these cues, the behavior becomes much less likely, regardless of your willpower reserves. Similarly, redesigning your environment to make undesirable actions harder creates natural barriers to inconsistency. This might mean unplugging the TV and putting the remote in a drawer, or keeping your phone in another room while working. These small environmental changes increase the effort required for unwanted behaviors, making them less likely to occur. This approach embodies the principle out of sight, out of mind. When cues for undesired behaviors are removed from your environment, those behaviors require deliberate effort rather than occurring automatically. This reverses the default pattern, making consistency with your intended behaviors the path of least resistance. The power of this environmental design approach lies in its preventative nature. Rather than exhausting your willpower fighting against temptation, you simply remove the temptation from your environment. This strategy acknowledges a fundamental truth about human behavior. It's often easier to avoid temptation than to resist it. Leveraging existing routines, the power of habit stacking. While environmental design creates external conditions that support consistency, habit stacking provides a powerful technique for integrating new habits into your existing behavioral patterns. This approach leverages the habits you already perform consistently to establish new ones. What is habit stacking? Habit stacking is a strategy that links a new habit you want to build with an existing habit you already perform consistently. It uses the completion of an established habit as the cue for initiating a new habit. The basic formula is simple. After current habit, I will new habit. For example, after I brush my teeth, I will meditate for 2 minutes. After I sit down at my desk, I will write 3 sentences. After I turn off my work computer, I will do 5 minutes of stretching. This approach uses the existing cue craving response reward structure of your current habit and extends it to include a new behavior. The completion of your current habit becomes the cue that triggers your new habit, creating a chain of behaviors that flow naturally from one to the next. Habit stacking is particularly effective because it doesn't require creating new cues from scratch. It simply piggybacks on the cues and routines you've already established, making the new habit feel like a natural extension of your existing behavior pattern. Why habit stacking works? Habit stacking works for several key reasons that align with the fundamental principles of habit formation and system design. First, it anchors the new habit to a specific time and place automatically. One of the biggest challenges in establishing new habits is deciding when and where to perform them. Habit stacking eliminates this ambiguity by connecting the new behavior to an existing one that already has a defined time and context. For example, if you already have a consistent morning routine that includes brushing your teeth, adding meditation immediately afterward gives the new habit a specific, consistent time slot without requiring additional decisions or calendar management. Second, habit stacking leverages the momentum of an established routine. Starting a new behavior from scratch requires overcoming inertia, which demands significant mental and emotional energy. But when you connect a new habit to an existing one, you benefit from the momentum already generated by your routine. It's like a train that's already moving. Adding another car requires far less energy than starting the train from a standstill. The psychological transition from one behavior to another is smoother when they're connected in a continuous sequence. Third, habit stacking makes the cue for the new habit highly reliable. Since the cue is the completion of a habit you already perform consistently, it occurs regularly without additional effort or reminders. This reliability is crucial for establishing the consistent cue response pattern needed for habit formation. Unlike external cues that might be inconsistent or easily overlooked, the completion of an existing habit provides an internal cue that's tied directly to your behavior. This creates a dependable trigger system that operates even when external conditions change. Implementing habit stacking effectively. To implement habit stacking effectively, you need to consider several key factors that influence its success. First, identify solid, reliable existing habits to stack upon. The foundation habit, the one you're building on, needs to be firmly established and consistently performed. If the foundation habit is itself inconsistent, the stacked habit will inherit that inconsistency. Look for habits that you perform without fail, regardless of circumstances. These might include brushing your teeth, showering, making coffee, sitting down at your desk, or checking your phone after waking up. These automatic behaviors provide stable anchors for new habits. Second, choose the right moment within your existing routine. The best point for habit stacking is immediately after completing one distinct behavior and before starting another. These transition moments provide natural pauses where a new behavior can be inserted without disrupting your flow. For example, the moment after you finish brushing your teeth, but before you leave the bathroom, is a clear transition point. Similarly, the moment after you sit down at your desk, but before you open your email, creates a natural opportunity for a new habit. Third, Be specific about the stacked habit action. Vague intentions like, I'll exercise more or I'll be mindful, don't provide clear direction for behavior. Instead, define exactly what action you'll take. I'll do 10 push-ups, or I'll take 3 deep breaths and set an intention for my work session. This specificity eliminates ambiguity and decision-making in the moment, making the behavior more likely to occur consistently. It transforms an abstract goal into a concrete action that can be performed immediately after the cue. By following these principles, you can create habit stacks that effectively integrate new behaviors into your existing routines. Over time, these stacked habits become part of your automatic behavioral patterns, requiring minimal, conscious effort to maintain. Exercise, system audit, and design. Now it's time to apply these principles to your own consistency goals by designing a system that supports your intended behavior. This exercise will guide you through creating a basic system design that leverages the habit loop, environmental cues, and habit stacking. Begin by selecting one specific habit you want to build consistently. This should be a behavior that directly supports one of the clear goals you identified in the previous chapter. Choose something relatively simple to start with. You can always build more complex systems later. Once you've selected your target habit, identify the ideal components of its habit loop. What specific trigger will initiate this behavior? Will it be a time of day, a location, an emotional state, other people, or a preceding action? What underlying desire or need does this habit address? What change in internal state are you seeking? Understanding this motivation will help maintain your commitment when initial enthusiasm fades. What is the exact behavior you'll perform? Be specific about what actions you'll take, for how long, and in what manner. What satisfaction or benefit will you gain from this behavior? How can you make this reward immediate and satisfying enough to reinforce the habit? Next, brainstorm how to make the cue more obvious in your environment. What changes can you make to your physical space to ensure you can't miss the trigger for your desired habit? Consider visual reminders, strategic placement of necessary equipment, or rearrangement of your space to create a clear path to action. Also consider what digital or technological reminders might support your system. Would calendar notifications, alarms, or specialized apps help make your cue more reliable? Then, identify a reliable existing habit you can use for habit stacking. What behavior do you already perform consistently that could serve as an anchor for your new habit? Write down your habit stacking formula using the template, after current habit, I will new habit. Finally, outline the initial design of your system incorporating all these elements. This outline should include the specific habit you're building, the complete habit loop, cue, craving, response, reward, the environmental changes you'll make to support consistency, your habit stacking formula, if applicable, any additional supports or reminders you'll implement. Remember that this initial design is just a starting point. Like any good system, it will evolve and improve over time based on feedback and results. The goal isn't perfection, but a workable structure that makes consistency more likely than inconsistency. By creating this system design, you're shifting from abstract intentions to concrete architecture, from hoping for consistency to engineering it. This shift is the essence of systems thinking and the foundation of sustainable consistency. Conclusion. In this chapter, we've explored the fundamental principles of system design for consistency. We've seen how effective systems automate decision-making and ensure progress regardless of fluctuating motivation. We've examined the habit loop, cue, craving, response, reward, as the basic building block of consistent behavior. We've also discovered the profound influence of environment on behavior and how strategic design of your surroundings can make desired habits almost inevitable while making undesired habits nearly impossible. And we've explored habit stacking as a powerful technique for integrating new behaviors into existing routines. Through the system audit and design exercise, you've begun applying these principles to your own consistency goals, creating a basic architecture that supports your intended behavior. But even the best designed system can fail if it requires too much effort to initiate. Many well-intentioned systems collapse under their own complexity, demanding more energy and willpower than people can consistently provide. In the next chapter, we'll explore the subtle art of reducing friction, the invisible force that silently sabotages even the most carefully designed systems. You'll discover why the path of least resistance always wins in the long run, and how a counterintuitive approach to habit design might be the key to finally breaking through your consistency barriers. The secret isn't adding more to your system, it's taking something away, and that something might surprise you. Chapter 4. Make it easy. The guitar sat in the corner of his living room, a silent reminder of ambition unfulfilled. 6 months ago, he'd purchased it with enthusiasm, imagining himself mastering beautiful melodies and impressing friends with his newfound skill. He'd even bought an online course, complete with video tutorials and practice exercises. Yet there it remained, barely touched, gathering dust. It wasn't that he didn't want to learn. The desire was still there. It wasn't even a lack of time. He spent plenty of evenings scrolling through social media or watching shows he didn't particularly care about. So what was the problem? Each time he thought about practicing, the process seemed daunting. The guitar was in its case, which needed to be unzipped and opened. The online course required logging in, finding where he'd left off, and setting up his computer at the right angle. He needed to tune the guitar, position his fingers correctly, and work through exercises that felt awkward and uncomfortable for his untrained hands. Before he'd even played a single note, the accumulated friction of these small obstacles was enough to redirect him toward easier activities, ones that required just a single tap on his phone screen. What he didn't realize was that his failure wasn't due to a lack of motivation or discipline, it was a design problem. The system he'd created around guitar practice contained too much friction, too many steps, too much effort, too high a barrier to entry. In the previous chapter, we explored how to design systems that support consistency through effective cues and environmental design. But even the best designed system will fail if it requires too much effort to initiate. This is why making your desired behavior as easy as possible to start is a crucial principle for building consistency. This chapter will reveal why humans are naturally wired to take the path of least resistance and how you can use this tendency to your advantage rather than fighting against it. You'll discover practical strategies for reducing friction and lowering the barriers that stand between you and consistent action. By the end of this chapter, you'll understand why make it easy isn't just helpful advice. It's a fundamental principle of human behavior that can transform your approach to consistency. More importantly, you'll have concrete techniques for applying this principle to any habit or routine you want to establish. The law of least effort, why we default to easy. Have you ever wondered why water always flows downhill? It's not making a conscious choice, it's simply following the path of least resistance. In many ways, human behavior follows the same principle. We naturally gravitate toward actions that require the least amount of energy and effort. Understanding human nature's preference for convenience. This tendency to conserve energy isn't a character flaw or a sign of laziness. It's a fundamental aspect of human biology that evolved over millions of years. For most of human history, conserving energy was a survival advantage. In environments where resources were scarce and unpredictable, those who expended energy efficiently had a better chance of survival. This energy conservation instinct is still hardwired into our brains and bodies, influencing our behavior in ways we often don't consciously recognize. When faced with multiple options, we instinctively evaluate the energy cost of each and tend to choose the one that requires the least effort. Think about your own daily choices. Do you take the elevator or the stairs? Do you use the TV remote or get up to change the channel manually? Do you send a text or make a phone call? In most cases, you'll choose the option that requires less energy, not because you're lazy, but because your brain is programmed to conserve resources. This preference for convenience creates friction, resistance to action, when behaviors require significant effort, multiple steps, or complex processes. Friction acts as a major deterrent to consistent action, often preventing us from doing things we genuinely want to do and know would benefit us. The higher the friction associated with a behavior, the less likely you are to perform it consistently. This is true even for behaviors you value and intend to maintain. Good intentions are rarely enough to overcome high friction in the long run. The key insight here is that fighting against this tendency is usually counterproductive. Trying to force yourself to consistently take high-friction actions through sheer willpower is like trying to make water flow uphill. It's possible with enough external force, but it's not sustainable. Instead, a more effective approach is to work with this tendency by reducing the friction associated with desired behaviors. Rather than fighting your natural inclination toward the path of least resistance, you can redesign that path so it leads where you want to go. Friction, the enemy of consistency. To understand how friction undermines consistency, it's helpful to identify the specific sources of friction in your current routines or desired habits. These friction points might include physical effort required, e.g., driving to the gym; mental effort required, e.g., figuring out what to do once you're at the gym; decision-making, e.g., deciding which exercises to perform; time delays, e.g., waiting for equipment to be available; complexity, e.g., remembering proper form for multiple exercises; discomfort, e.g., the initial physical discomfort of exercise; preparation requirements, e.g., packing a gym bag, changing clothes. Each of these friction points creates an opportunity for abandonment or procrastination. The more friction points a behavior contains, the more likely you are to avoid it, even if you value the outcome it produces. What's particularly insidious about friction is that even small obstacles can derail consistent action. A gym membership that requires a 20-minute drive might as well be on another continent on days when your motivation is low. A meditation practice that requires setting up a special space might be abandoned when you're running late or feeling stressed. These small obstacles might seem trivial when considered individually, but their cumulative effect can be powerful enough to prevent behaviors you genuinely want to maintain. This is why reducing friction is a key design principle for effective systems. When you design systems with minimal friction, you align your environment with your natural tendency toward the path of least resistance. Instead of requiring constant willpower to overcome obstacles, you create conditions where the desired behavior becomes the easiest option available. This approach acknowledges a fundamental truth about human behavior. In the long run, convenience usually trumps intention. By making your desired behaviors more convenient than the alternatives, you harness your natural tendencies rather than fighting against them. Lowering the barrier, making your habits effortless to start. Once you recognize friction as the enemy of consistency, the next step is to systematically reduce it. This process involves both physical and psychological components, making the behavior objectively easier to perform and subjectively easier to initiate. Reducing the steps between you and action. Every step between your intention and action creates friction. The more steps required, the more opportunities for hesitation, reconsideration, or abandonment. Streamlining this process, reducing the number of steps between intention and action, is a powerful way to increase consistency. Consider the difference between these scenarios. Scenario 1. To practice guitar, you need to retrieve the guitar from the closet, unpack it from its case, find your learning materials, set up your practice space, tune the instrument, and then begin practicing. Scenario 2. Your guitar sits on a stand in your living room, already tuned, with your learning materials open on a nearby table. To practice, you simply pick up the instrument and begin. The second scenario contains dramatically less friction, making consistent practice far more likely. The behavior itself hasn't changed, but the path to initiating it has been streamlined. This streamlining process often involves pre-preparing materials or tools needed for your desired habit. Having everything ready in advance eliminates the friction of preparation, making it easier to begin when the time comes. For example, if you want to exercise consistently, laying out your workout clothes the night before eliminates the friction of finding and gathering them when it's time to exercise. This small preparation step removes a potential obstacle to action. Similarly, automating or simplifying preparatory steps can significantly reduce friction. Setting up automatic transfers for savings eliminates the friction of manually moving money each month. Creating document templates for recurring work tasks eliminates the friction of starting from scratch each time. The goal is to create a clear runway between your intention and action, a path with minimal obstacles, decisions, or effort required to begin. The smoother this runway, the more likely you are to take off consistently. Decreasing the perceived difficulty. Beyond the objective steps required, the perceived difficulty of a behavior also creates friction. When a task feels overwhelming or challenging, you're less likely to begin it, even if the actual effort required is modest. This is why focusing on making the start of the habit easy, not necessarily the entire task, is so effective. The beginning of any action contains the highest friction because it requires overcoming inertia, transitioning from rest to motion. Once you've started, momentum often carries you forward. For example, the hardest part of exercise isn't usually the exercise itself, but the transition from sitting on the couch to beginning the workout. The hardest part of writing isn't forming sentences, but facing the blank page. The hardest part of meditation isn't sitting quietly, but stopping other activities to begin. By focusing specifically on making this initial transition as easy as possible, you address the point of highest friction. This might mean simplifying just the first minute of the behavior rather than the entire process. The environmental design principles we explored in the previous chapter can be particularly effective for reducing perceived difficulty. Visual cues, convenient placement of materials, and removal of competing options all make the desired behavior feel easier to initiate. Optimizing the location or timing of a habit can also significantly reduce perceived difficulty. Placing your meditation cushion in a quiet corner rather than requiring yourself to create a quiet space each time makes meditation feel more accessible. Scheduling challenging tasks during your peak energy hours rather than when you're depleted makes them feel less daunting. By addressing both the objective steps required and the subjective perception of difficulty, you create conditions where your desired behaviors feel almost effortless to begin. This reduced friction makes consistency possible even on days when motivation is low or obstacles arise. Strategies for making it easy in practice. Understanding the principle of reducing friction is valuable, but applying it effectively requires specific strategies. Let's explore several powerful approaches for making your desired behaviors easier to initiate and maintain. Start ridiculously small, the power of the minimum viable habit. One of the most effective ways to reduce friction is to make the initial commitment so small that it feels almost ridiculous. This approach, sometimes called the minimum viable habit, removes the psychological barrier of perceived difficulty by making the behavior virtually effortless. The classic example is the one push-up approach. Instead of committing to a complete workout routine, you commit to doing just one push-up. This commitment is so small that it's almost impossible to find a reason not to do it. There's no meaningful friction to overcome. It takes seconds and requires minimal physical or mental effort. Similarly, the 2-minute rule suggests that any new habit should take less than 2 minutes to complete in its initial form. Want to read more? Start with reading just one page. Want to meditate? Begin with just 1 minute of sitting quietly. Want to learn a language? Commit to practicing just one new word. These ridiculously small commitments serve several important purposes. First, they make it impossible to use "I don't have time" or "I'm too tired" as excuses. Anyone can find 2 minutes, even on their busiest or most exhausting days. Second, they help overcome initial resistance and build momentum. Starting is often the hardest part of any behavior, but once you've begun, continuing often feels easier than stopping. That one push-up frequently turns into a complete workout once you're already on the floor and moving. Third, they focus on consistency rather than intensity. The goal isn't to make dramatic progress in a single session, but to establish a consistent pattern of showing up. This regular engagement, even if minimal, builds the neural pathways that eventually make the behavior habitual. The key insight behind this approach is that consistency matters more than quantity, especially in the beginning. It's better to do one push-up every day for a month than to do 100 push-ups once and then none for the rest of the month. The daily habit, however small, creates the foundation for growth and expansion over time. The just 5 minutes technique, overcoming inertia. Related to the minimum viable habit is the just 5 minutes technique, a powerful approach for overcoming the inertia that prevents you from starting challenging or intimidating tasks. This technique involves committing to work on a task for only 5 minutes, with the understanding that you can stop after that time if you want to. This small commitment bypasses the psychological resistance associated with larger commitments, making it easier to begin. The beauty of this approach is that it acknowledges and addresses a fundamental truth about human psychology. Starting is often the biggest hurdle. Once you're engaged in an activity, continuing typically requires less willpower than initiating. This happens because your perception of the task often changes once you're involved in it. Before starting, your mind tends to focus on the effort required and potential difficulties. But once engaged, you become absorbed in the process itself rather than your evaluation of it. Additionally, the just 5 minutes technique leverages the Zeigarnik effect, the psychological tendency to remember uncompleted tasks better than completed ones. Once you've started a task but not finished it, your mind tends to remain engaged with it, creating a subtle pressure to continue or return to it. In practice, you'll often find that after the initial 5 minutes, you want to continue. The task rarely feels as difficult or unpleasant as you anticipated, and the momentum you've generated makes continuing easier than stopping. Even on days when you do stop after 5 minutes, you've still maintained consistency. You've shown up and engaged with the behavior, reinforcing the habit loop and keeping the neural pathways active. This consistency, even in small doses, is far more valuable for long-term progress than occasional intense efforts followed by abandonment. Eat that frog, tackling the hardest thing first. While making behaviors easier is generally effective, some important tasks remain challenging even after streamlining. For these high-value but high-resistance activities, the Eat That Frog strategy offers a powerful approach. This colorful phrase, popularized by productivity expert Brian Tracy, comes from a Mark Twain quote. "If it's your job to eat a frog, it's best to do it first thing in the morning. And if it's your job to eat 2 frogs, it's best to eat the biggest one first." The frog represents your most important and challenging task, the one you're most likely to procrastinate on, but that would provide the greatest benefit if completed. The strategy suggests tackling this task first thing in your day, before other activities have a chance to consume your time and energy. This approach works because it aligns with your natural energy patterns. For most people, willpower and mental energy are highest earlier in the day, before decision fatigue and other demands have depleted these resources. By scheduling your most challenging task during this optimal window, you reduce the perceived difficulty and increase the likelihood of completion. Additionally, completing an important but challenging task early creates a sense of accomplishment that generates positive momentum for the rest of your day. This success high can carry you through subsequent tasks with greater ease and confidence. The Eat That Frog strategy doesn't necessarily make the task itself easier, but it makes consistency more likely by positioning the task when you're best equipped to handle it. It's a form of strategic timing that reduces the subjective friction associated with challenging behaviors. Prepare the night before, setting up tomorrow's success. One of the most effective ways to reduce morning friction is to prepare the night before. This preparation creates a smooth runway for your day, eliminating decisions and setup requirements when your willpower might be lower. Planning your next day's actions or most important tasks, MITs, in advance provides clear direction, eliminating the friction of deciding what to focus on. This clarity allows you to begin productive work immediately rather than spending valuable morning energy on planning and deliberation. Similarly, preparing your environment or materials ahead of time removes physical friction from your morning routine. Laying out clothes, preparing work materials, setting up exercise equipment, all these preparations eliminate steps between waking up and taking action. This approach is particularly effective because it leverages a key insight about decision fatigue. Your willpower and decision-making ability diminish throughout the day as you make more choices. By making decisions and preparations the night before, you're using evening resources to reduce morning friction, essentially borrowing willpower from your past self. The cumulative effect of these preparations is a morning routine with minimal friction points, a clear path from waking to action that requires little deliberation or effort. This reduced friction makes consistency far more likely, especially for important morning habits that set the tone for your entire day. Applying Make It Easy to break bad habits. While we've focused primarily on establishing desired behaviors, the principle of friction can also be applied in reverse to reduce unwanted behaviors. Just as reducing friction makes good habits more likely, increasing friction makes bad habits less likely. Increasing friction for undesired behaviors. The same tendency toward the path of least resistance that makes high-friction good habits difficult also makes high-friction bad habits less appealing. By deliberately increasing the steps, effort, or discomfort associated with unwanted behaviors, you can reduce their frequency without relying solely on willpower. For example, if social media distracts you from important work, logging out of your accounts after each use increases the friction of checking them impulsively. The additional steps of entering your username and password create a small but significant barrier that reduces casual usage. Similarly, adding steps or obstacles between you and bad habits creates opportunities for reconsideration and increases the effort required. Storing video game controllers in a closet rather than beside the TV adds just enough friction to make mindless gaming less automatic. Keeping your phone in another room while working creates a physical barrier to distraction. Technology can be particularly effective for increasing friction around digital distractions. Website blockers, app timers, and other tools create artificial friction that reduces impulsive usage. Even simple changes like turning off notifications or using grayscale mode on your phone can make distracting apps less appealing. The key insight is that you don't need to make unwanted behaviors impossible, just slightly more difficult. Even small increases in friction can significantly reduce the frequency of habitual behaviors by making them less automatic and requiring more deliberate choice. This approach acknowledges that complete elimination of temptation is often unrealistic. Rather than relying on perfect self-control, increasing friction creates an environment where making good choices requires less willpower because bad choices require more effort. Exercise, lowering the bar. Now it's time to apply these principles to your own consistency challenges. This exercise will help you identify and reduce the friction that's preventing consistent action in an area important to you. Begin by identifying one action you want to be more consistent with, but often resist starting. This could be exercise, writing, meditation, studying, or any other behavior you value but struggle to maintain consistently. Once you've selected your target behavior, analyze the friction points that make it difficult to begin. What specific obstacles, steps, or resistance do you encounter? These might include physical setup requirements, decisions that need to be made, time constraints, discomfort, or psychological barriers. Be as specific as possible in identifying these friction points. Instead of "it's hard to start exercising," identify exactly what makes it hard. I have to find workout clothes, change, decide what exercises to do, and the equipment is in the basement. Next, brainstorm ways to make starting this behavior ridiculously easy. how can you reduce the friction associated with beginning? Consider applying the strategies we've explored. Can you apply the 2-minute rule by reducing the initial commitment to something that takes less than 2 minutes? For example, I'll just put on my running shoes and step outside, or I'll just write one sentence. Can you use the just 5 minutes technique by committing to only 5 minutes of the activity? Remember that you can always continue if you want to, but the initial commitment is minimal. Now, plan one specific change you'll implement tomorrow to reduce friction for your target behavior. This should be a concrete action you can take today to make tomorrow's behavior easier to initiate. What will you prepare tonight? This might involve laying out materials, making decisions in advance, or setting up your environment to support easy initiation. How will you simplify the starting process? Identify the specific steps you'll eliminate or streamline to reduce the friction of beginning. Finally, commit to implementing this friction reduction strategy tomorrow. The goal isn't perfection, but experimentation, testing whether reduced friction increases your consistency with this important behavior. By systematically identifying and addressing the friction points in your desired habits, you create conditions where consistency becomes the path of least resistance rather than a constant battle against it. This alignment of your environment with your goals makes sustainable progress possible even when motivation fluctuates. Conclusion. In this chapter, we've explored the powerful principle of making desired behaviors as easy as possible to initiate and maintain. We've seen how humans naturally gravitate toward the path of least resistance, and how this tendency can either undermine or support consistency depending on how we design our systems. We've examined specific strategies for reducing friction, including starting ridiculously small with minimum viable habits, using the just 5 minutes technique to overcome inertia, applying the eat that frog approach to challenging tasks, and preparing the night before to smooth the path for morning habits. We've also explored how the same principle can be applied in reverse to break bad habits by increasing the friction associated with unwanted behaviors. Through the lowering the bar exercise, you've begun applying these insights to your own consistency challenges. By making your desired behaviors the path of least resistance, you align your environment with your goals, reducing the willpower required for consistency and increasing the likelihood of long-term success. But even with clear goals, well-designed systems, and minimal friction, there's still one wild card that can derail your best efforts: your own mind. The internal landscape of thoughts, emotions, and beliefs can either support or sabotage your consistency, regardless of how perfect your external systems might be. In the next chapter, we'll venture into this internal territory, exploring the hidden forces that shape your actions from within. You'll discover why your thoughts might be your greatest obstacle to consistency, and how a surprising shift in perspective could be the key to breaking through the mental barriers you didn't even know were holding you back. The battle for consistency isn't just fought in your environment, it's waged in the battlefield of your mind, and the weapons you need might not be what you expect. Chapter 5. Manage Mind. She stared at the blinking cursor on her screen, the empty document, a stark reminder of the article she'd promised to deliver by tomorrow morning. 3 hours had passed since she'd sat down to write, yet not a single word had materialized. It wasn't writer's block. She knew exactly what she wanted to say. The outline was complete, her research thorough. So why couldn't she start? Each time she attempted to type that first sentence, a wave of thoughts crashed through her mind. This needs to be perfect. My editor is expecting brilliant work. I don't feel inspired right now. I should wait until the words flow naturally. What if this piece isn't as good as my last one? Everyone will realize I'm a fraud. I'm just not disciplined enough to be a professional writer. With each thought, her anxiety intensified, and the blank page remained stubbornly empty. Eventually, she closed her laptop, promising herself she'd try again later when she felt more motivated. But the problem wasn't her writing ability, her knowledge of the topic, or even the systems she'd created to support her work. The problem was happening inside her mind. In previous chapters, we've explored the external architecture of consistency: clear goals, effective systems, and friction-free environments. But even the most perfectly designed external conditions can't overcome internal obstacles. No matter how streamlined your system or how reduced the friction, if your mind is working against you, consistency will remain elusive. This chapter will reveal why the battlefield of consistency often lies within your own thoughts, and how managing your internal landscape is just as crucial as designing your external environment. You'll discover the hidden mental patterns that sabotage your best intentions and learn practical strategies for aligning your mind with your goals. By understanding the psychology of self-control and learning to recognize and challenge the thought patterns that derail action, you'll develop the inner resources needed to maintain consistency even when external conditions are less than ideal. The path to consistency doesn't just involve changing your environment, it requires managing your mind. The inner battle, understanding self-control and willpower. When we talk about consistency, we're essentially talking about a form of self-control, the ability to direct your actions according to your intentions rather than your momentary impulses. This capacity to override immediate desires in favor of longer-term goals is fundamental to human achievement in every domain. Defining self-control, your ability to manage yourself. Self-control is the ability to manage your behavior, emotions, and thoughts in pursuit of longer-term objectives. It involves resisting immediate gratification or temptation to achieve more valuable but delayed rewards. This capacity isn't just about saying no to things you want. It's about saying yes to what you want most. It's the mechanism that allows you to choose the workout over the couch, the focused work session over social media, the savings account over the impulse purchase. The importance of self-control in achieving consistency can hardly be overstated. Without it, you remain at the mercy of momentary impulses and fleeting desires, unable to maintain the steady course of action that meaningful achievement requires. Research consistently shows that self-control correlates strongly with success across various life domains, from academic achievement and career advancement to relationship satisfaction and physical health. Some studies even suggest it's a better predictor of life outcomes than intelligence or socioeconomic background. This makes self-control a key component of consistency. While the systems and environmental designs we've discussed in previous chapters help reduce the amount of self-control required, they can't eliminate the need for it entirely. There will always be moments when your immediate desires conflict with your longer-term goals, and in those moments, self-control becomes essential. The hot versus cool system, impulse versus intention. To understand how self-control works, it's helpful to consider a model developed by psychologist Walter Mischel, known as the hot and cool system. The hot system is emotional, impulsive, and focused on immediate gratification. It's the part of you that says, "I want to do this fun thing right now." It responds quickly and automatically to temptations and triggers, seeking immediate pleasure and avoiding immediate discomfort. When the hot system is activated, you might find yourself scrolling through social media instead of working, skipping your planned exercise, or saying something you later regret in a moment of frustration. The hot system doesn't consider long-term consequences. It's concerned only with immediate feelings and desires. In contrast, the cool system is rational, reflective, and capable of considering future consequences. It's the part of you that says, "Doing this now will make things harder later." The cool system can delay gratification, weigh options, and make decisions aligned with your longer-term goals and values. When the cool system is engaged, you can resist immediate temptations in favor of more valuable delayed rewards. You can stick to your workout plan despite momentary discomfort, maintain focus on important work despite distractions, and respond thoughtfully to challenging situations rather than reacting impulsively. The interplay between these two systems largely determines your ability to maintain consistency. When the hot system dominates, immediate impulses override intentions, leading to inconsistency. When the cool system prevails, intentions guide behavior, enabling consistency even when it requires foregoing immediate pleasures or enduring temporary discomfort. Learning to activate the cool system when facing temptation or resistance is a crucial skill for consistency. This doesn't mean suppressing or ignoring the hot system. Emotions and desires provide important information and energy. Rather, it means developing the ability to engage your rational, reflective capacities alongside your emotional responses, allowing the cool system to guide your actions while acknowledging the hot system's input. Willpower, a finite resource. The capacity to engage the cool system and override the hot system's impulses requires mental energy, commonly referred to as willpower. This is the psychological force that enables you to resist temptations, delay gratification, and persist in challenging tasks. An influential theory popularized by psychologist Roy Baumeister suggests that willpower functions like a muscle or a limited energy reserve that can be depleted through use, a phenomenon known as ego depletion. According to this model, each act of self-control draws from the same limited resource, gradually depleting it until it's temporarily exhausted. This would explain why maintaining self-control becomes increasingly difficult throughout a demanding day. After making numerous decisions, resisting various temptations, and focusing on challenging tasks, your willpower reserve diminishes, making subsequent acts of self-control more difficult. Stress, inadequate sleep, and even low blood glucose levels have been associated with reduced willpower capacity, suggesting that physiological factors influence this psychological resource. This connection between physical state and mental capacity highlights the integrated nature of human functioning, mind and body influencing each other continuously. However, it's worth noting that recent research has challenged aspects of the ego depletion model, suggesting that willpower limitations may be more influenced by beliefs, motivation, and attention than by a strictly limited resource. Some studies indicate that people who don't believe willpower is easily depleted show fewer signs of depletion after demanding tasks. Regardless of the exact mechanism, the practical implication remains. Relying solely on willpower to maintain consistency is a precarious strategy. Even if willpower isn't strictly limited in the way originally proposed, it's certainly variable and vulnerable to numerous influences beyond your direct control. This insight shifts our approach from relying primarily on willpower to building systems that conserve and complement it. The environmental designs and friction reduction strategies discussed in previous chapters serve precisely this purpose. They reduce the willpower required for consistency, allowing you to direct this precious resource where it's most needed. By understanding willpower as a valuable but variable resource, you can design your approach to consistency in a way that acknowledges human limitations rather than fighting against them. This realistic approach is far more sustainable than expecting superhuman levels of self-control in all circumstances. Strengthening your mental fortitude. While systems and environmental design reduce the willpower required for consistency, strengthening your mental fortitude remains valuable. Like physical strength, mental capacity can be developed through appropriate training and support. Strategies for conserving and boosting willpower. One of the most effective approaches to willpower management is conservation through strategic planning. By anticipating challenges and temptations in advance, you can prepare specific responses rather than relying on in-the-moment willpower. This preparation might involve identifying potential obstacles to your consistent actions and developing specific if-then plans. If I feel too tired to exercise after work, then I'll just do a 10-minute walk instead of skipping entirely. These implementation intentions, as psychologists call them, reduce the decision-making burden when challenges arise, conserving willpower for execution rather than deliberation. Similarly, reducing unnecessary decisions throughout the day preserves mental energy for important choices. This is why figures from Steve Jobs to Barack Obama have adopted personal uniforms or simplified daily routines. Fewer trivial decisions mean more mental resources for significant ones. Decision fatigue, the deterioration of decision quality after making many decisions, is a well-documented phenomenon. By eliminating or automating routine decisions, you conserve mental energy for the choices that truly matter, including those related to maintaining consistency in important areas. Ensuring that basic physiological needs are met also supports optimal willpower functioning. Adequate sleep, physical activity, and proper hydration all contribute to cognitive function and emotional regulation, providing the physiological foundation for effective self-control. These strategies don't increase willpower in the way weight training builds muscle, but they do ensure you're operating with your full capacity rather than a diminished version. They create conditions where your existing mental resources can function optimally rather than being squandered on unnecessary demands. The role of mindfulness and self-awareness. Beyond conservation strategies, practices that develop mindfulness and self-awareness can significantly enhance your capacity for self-control. These approaches don't necessarily increase willpower quantity, but improve your ability to deploy it effectively. Mindfulness, the practice of paying attention to present experience with openness and without judgment, helps you notice urges and thoughts without automatically acting on them. This awareness creates a crucial space between stimulus and response, allowing you to choose your reaction rather than responding reflexively. For example, mindfulness might help you notice the urge to check social media during a work session without immediately reaching for your phone. You recognize the impulse as just a thought or feeling, not a command that must be obeyed. This recognition creates the opportunity to engage your cool system and make a choice aligned with your intentions rather than your impulses. Formal meditation practices can strengthen this capacity for mindful awareness. Regular meditation has been shown to enhance attention control, emotional regulation, and the ability to maintain focus despite distractions, all crucial components of effective self-control. Even brief mindfulness practices, such as taking 3 conscious breaths before responding to a challenging situation, can help engage the cool system when it's most needed. These mindful pauses interrupt automatic reactions, creating space for intentional choices rather than impulsive responses. The development of self-awareness also allows you to recognize patterns in your behavior and their triggers. You might notice that you tend to procrastinate more when tasks involve potential evaluation, or that your exercise consistency falters primarily on days with early meetings. This awareness enables targeted interventions rather than general willpower exhortations. By cultivating mindfulness and self-awareness, you develop the capacity to work skillfully with your internal experiences rather than being controlled by them. This skill doesn't eliminate challenges or temptations, but it does enhance your ability to navigate them in ways aligned with your deeper intentions. Winning the mind game, overcoming negative thoughts and procrastination. Beyond general self-control capacity, specific thought patterns can significantly impact your consistency. Understanding and addressing these patterns is crucial for maintaining steady progress toward your goals. Procrastination as an emotional response. Contrary to popular belief, procrastination isn't primarily a time management problem or a matter of laziness. Research increasingly shows that procrastination is fundamentally an emotional regulation issue, a strategy for managing negative feelings associated with certain tasks. When you contemplate a task that triggers feelings like boredom, frustration, anxiety, or self-doubt, procrastination offers temporary emotional relief. By avoiding the task, you also avoid the uncomfortable feelings associated with it. This creates a powerful reinforcement cycle. Procrastination, temporary relief, more procrastination. Understanding procrastination as an emotional response rather than a character flaw shifts your approach to addressing it. Instead of berating yourself for lack of discipline, you can focus on managing the emotions that trigger avoidance behavior. This perspective also explains why traditional advice like "just do it" or "try harder" rarely resolves procrastination. These approaches don't address the underlying emotional dynamics driving the behavior. It's like telling someone who's afraid of heights to just stop being afraid. It ignores the genuine emotional experience at the core of the issue. Recognizing the specific feelings that trigger your procrastination provides valuable insight for intervention. Do you avoid tasks that might reveal inadequacy? Tasks that seem boring or tedious? Tasks where the path forward isn't completely clear? Each trigger might require a different approach to overcome. By acknowledging procrastination as an emotional response rather than a moral failing, you can address it with greater compassion and effectiveness. This understanding doesn't excuse procrastination, but provides a more accurate framework for overcoming it. Identifying common cognitive distortions that sabotage action. Beyond general emotional responses, specific thought patterns, known as cognitive distortions, can significantly undermine consistency. These distortions are inaccurate or exaggerated thinking patterns that generate negative emotions and often lead to self-defeating behaviors. Emotional reasoning is particularly relevant to consistency challenges. This distortion involves treating feelings as evidence for the truth. I don't feel like exercising, therefore I shouldn't exercise. This reasoning fails to recognize that feelings are temporary states, not reliable guides for action, especially when long-term goals are concerned. When you engage in emotional reasoning, you essentially allow your hot system to override your cool system based on the false premise that current feelings should determine your actions. This directly undermines consistency, which requires maintaining certain behaviors regardless of fluctuating emotional states. All-or-nothing thinking creates another major obstacle to consistency. This distortion views situations in extreme black-and-white categories with no middle ground. If I can't do my full workout, there's no point in exercising at all. If this draft isn't perfect, it's completely worthless. This thinking pattern sets up impossible standards that virtually guarantee failure and abandonment. It rejects the incremental progress that consistency actually requires, demanding perfection and then using anything less as justification for giving up entirely. Jumping to conclusions, particularly in the form of catastrophizing, involves predicting negative outcomes without evidence. This project will be a disaster. I'll embarrass myself if I try. I'll never be able to master this skill. These predictions generate anxiety and avoidance, creating emotional barriers to consistent action. Why start something that you've already decided will end badly? The mind jumps ahead to imagined failure, then works backward to justify inaction. Labeling applies rigid global judgments to yourself rather than describing specific behaviors. I'm lazy. I'm undisciplined. I'm a procrastinator. These labels become self-fulfilling prophecies, creating identities centered around the very behaviors you're trying to change. When you label yourself as lazy, rather than recognizing that you sometimes engage in lazy behavior, you create an identity that makes change more difficult. After all, if laziness is who you are rather than something you sometimes do, consistency seems impossible by definition. These cognitive distortions don't operate in isolation, but often reinforce each other, creating powerful mental barriers to consistent action. Recognizing these patterns in your own thinking is the first step toward dismantling their influence. Challenging and reframing negative thoughts. Once you've identified cognitive distortions in your thinking, the next step is learning to challenge and reframe them. This process doesn't involve positive thinking in the sense of denying reality, but rather examining your thoughts critically and replacing distortions with more accurate and constructive perspectives. Learning to question the validity of unhelpful thoughts is a skill developed through practice. When you notice a thought that undermines your consistency, ask yourself, is this thought based on facts or feelings? What evidence supports or contradicts this thought? Am I confusing a temporary state with a permanent trait? Would I say this to a friend in my situation? What's a more balanced or realistic view? These questions help engage your cool system, bringing rational analysis to bear on emotional reactions. They create space between the initial thought and your response to it, allowing for more intentional choices. Replacing distortions with more realistic and constructive self-talk transforms your internal dialogue from an obstacle into a support for consistency. For example, instead of, "I don't feel motivated, so I can't work on this now," emotional reasoning, try, "Feelings come and go, but I can take action regardless of how I feel right now." Instead of, "If I can't do my full routine, there's no point at all or nothing thinking," try, "Even a shortened session moves me forward and maintains my habit." Instead of, "This will be a disaster," catastrophizing, try, "This might be challenging, but I can handle challenges and learn from them." Instead of, "I'm just lazy," labeling, try, "I sometimes struggle with motivation, like all humans, but that doesn't define me." These reframed thoughts aren't merely positive affirmations disconnected from reality. They're more accurate assessments that acknowledge challenges without exaggerating them into insurmountable obstacles. Strategic use of positive affirmations can complement this reframing process. Statements like, "I am capable of starting this," or "I can take one small step forward," focus specifically on your capacity for action rather than making grand claims about guaranteed success. These targeted affirmations support the specific behavior, initiating action, that's most crucial for consistency. By systematically challenging distorted thoughts and replacing them with more accurate perspectives, you gradually transform your internal landscape from one that undermines consistency to one that supports it. This transformation doesn't happen overnight, but with practice, your default thinking patterns shift in ways that make consistent action increasingly natural. The power of self-compassion. The way you relate to yourself, particularly when you struggle or fail, profoundly impacts your ability to maintain consistency. While many people believe harsh self-criticism motivates improvement, research increasingly shows that self-compassion, treating yourself with the same kindness you'd offer a good friend, actually produces better outcomes. Why beating yourself up doesn't work. Self-criticism seems intuitively useful. If you're hard on yourself when you fail, surely you'll try harder next time to avoid that unpleasant experience. But research consistently shows that this approach backfires, especially for consistency. When you respond to setbacks with harsh self-judgment, "I'm so lazy, I have no discipline, I always fail," you actually increase negative emotions like shame, anxiety, and hopelessness. These emotions trigger the very avoidance behaviors you're trying to overcome. This creates a destructive cycle: failure, self-criticism, increased negative emotions, avoidance, more failure, more self-criticism. Each loop reinforces the pattern, making consistent behavior increasingly difficult. Self-criticism also tends to focus on global character assessments rather than specific behaviors. Instead of examining what specific factors led to missing your workout and how you might address them, self-criticism jumps to, "I'm just not a disciplined person." This global judgment offers no path forward. If the problem is your fundamental character, what can you really do? Additionally, harsh self-judgment activates threat responses in your brain, triggering the fight-flight-freeze reaction that's useful for immediate physical dangers but counterproductive for complex behavioral challenges. This stress response impairs the very cognitive functions, planning, rational decision-making, impulse control, that you need for consistent behavior. Understanding these dynamics reveals why beating yourself up doesn't work as a strategy for improving consistency. It might feel like the right approach, but it actually undermines the very qualities needed for sustainable progress. Cultivating self-compassion when you stumble. In contrast to self-criticism, self-compassion involves treating yourself with understanding and kindness when confronting failures or inadequacies. It's not about making excuses or avoiding responsibility, but about responding to challenges in a way that supports growth rather than undermines it. Treating yourself with the same kindness you'd offer a friend is a simple but powerful shift. Imagine a friend told you they missed their writing session for the third time this week. Would you say, "You're so lazy and undisciplined, you'll never be a real writer"? Or would you respond with understanding while still encouraging progress? That sounds frustrating. Writing can be really challenging sometimes. What do you think got in the way, and how might you approach tomorrow differently? Most people naturally take the second approach with friends, but default to the first with themselves. Self-compassion involves extending to yourself the same balanced perspective you readily offer others. Acknowledging setbacks as part of the human experience, not personal failings, is another key aspect of self-compassion. Consistency challenges aren't unique to you. They're part of the universal human struggle with competing priorities, limited resources, and imperfect conditions. Recognizing this common humanity reduces isolation and shame, making it easier to respond constructively to setbacks. Research by Dr. Kristen Neff and others shows that self-compassion correlates with greater motivation, reduced procrastination, and better coping with failures compared to self-criticism. Rather than making you complacent, self-compassion actually increases your likelihood of taking responsibility and making changes after mistakes. This more supportive self-relationship facilitates getting back on track after inconsistency, a crucial skill we'll explore further in Chapter 7. Instead of spiraling into avoidance after a lapse, self-compassion allows you to acknowledge the setback, learn from it, and return to your intended path more quickly. By cultivating self-compassion when you stumble, you transform setbacks from evidence of personal inadequacy into opportunities for learning and adjustment. This transformation doesn't just feel better, it actually produces better outcomes, making consistency more sustainable over the long term. Exercise, thought interrogation. Now it's time to apply these principles to your own consistency challenges through a practical exercise in examining and reframing the thoughts that might be undermining your progress. Begin by identifying a task or habit you are currently inconsistent with or procrastinating on. Choose something specific and meaningful, an area where greater consistency would significantly benefit your life or goals. Once you've selected your focus area, tune into the thoughts and feelings that arise when you consider doing it. What goes through your mind when you think about engaging in this activity? What emotions surface? Try to capture your authentic internal experience rather than what you think you should be thinking or feeling. Write down these thoughts and feelings without judgment. This isn't about evaluating whether they're good or bad, rational or irrational. It's simply about bringing them into conscious awareness. Be as specific and detailed as possible, capturing the actual language of your internal dialogue. Next, examine your written thoughts for cognitive distortions. Review the patterns we've discussed: emotional reasoning, all or nothing thinking, catastrophizing, labeling, and identify which ones appear in your thinking. Circle or highlight examples of these distortions in your notes. For example, you might notice thoughts like, "I don't feel inspired right now, so I should wait until I do." "If I can't do this perfectly, there's no point in trying." "This will probably turn out terribly anyway." "I'm just not a disciplined person." Once you've identified these distortions, choose one key negative thought that seems particularly influential in undermining your consistency. This should be a thought that frequently arises and significantly impacts your behavior in this area. Now practice reframing this thought. Write down a more realistic, constructive, or compassionate alternative that acknowledges challenges without exaggerating them into insurmountable obstacles. This reframed thought should be something you genuinely believe, not just positive thinking disconnected from reality. For example, "I don't feel motivated, so I can't work on this now." Reframed, "Motivation fluctuates naturally. I can take small actions even without feeling motivated, and action often generates motivation." "I'm just not disciplined enough for this." Reframed, "Consistency is a skill I'm developing, not a fixed trait. Each time I show up, I strengthen this skill." Finally, commit to repeating this reframed thought to yourself as a counterstatement whenever the original negative thought arises. This repetition helps establish new neural pathways, gradually transforming your default thinking patterns to support rather than undermine consistency. This thought interrogation process isn't a one-time exercise, but a practice to be applied regularly. As you become more aware of your thought patterns, you'll develop the ability to catch and reframe unhelpful thoughts in real time, reducing their influence on your behavior and supporting greater consistency. Conclusion. In this chapter, we've explored the inner game of consistency, the mental landscape that either supports or sabotages your best intentions. We've examined the dynamics of self-control through the hot and cool system model, understanding how these different modes of processing influence your ability to maintain consistent action despite temptations and distractions. We've considered willpower as a valuable but variable resource, recognizing the importance of conservation strategies and supportive practices rather than relying solely on raw mental force. We've explored how mindfulness and self-awareness create crucial space between impulse and action, allowing for more intentional choices aligned with your deeper goals. We've identified common cognitive distortions that undermine consistency: emotional reasoning, all-or-nothing thinking, catastrophizing, and labeling, and developed strategies for challenging and reframing these unhelpful thought patterns. And we've discovered the power of self-compassion as an alternative to self-criticism, creating a supportive internal relationship that facilitates recovery from inevitable setbacks. Through the thought interrogation exercise, you've begun applying these insights to your own consistency challenges, developing greater awareness of your mental patterns and practicing the skill of reframing unhelpful thoughts. But managing your mind, while essential, addresses only part of the consistency equation. There's another, even deeper level that shapes your behavior in ways you might not recognize, a level that determines whether consistency feels like a constant battle or a natural expression of who you are. In the next chapter, we'll explore this fundamental dimension of consistency, revealing why some people seem to maintain certain behaviors effortlessly while others struggle despite their best efforts. You'll discover how a shift in perspective, not about what you do, but about who you are, might be the key to making consistency not just possible, but inevitable. The secret lies not in trying harder, but in becoming someone different. And that transformation begins with a single, powerful question that most people never think to ask. Chapter 6. Embrace Identity. The woman stared at the running shoes she'd purchased 3 months ago. They sat by the door, barely used, despite her resolution to become more active. She'd tried everything: setting alarms, finding workout buddies, downloading fitness apps, even signing up for a 5K that was now just 2 weeks away. Some days she managed to lace up and go. Most days she didn't. Each morning brought the same internal battle. A part of her wanted to run, but a stronger part resisted. The resistance wasn't physical. It was something deeper, a subtle but persistent voice that whispered, "This isn't really you." And therein lay the problem. She was trying to adopt a behavior that felt fundamentally disconnected from her sense of self. In her mind, she wasn't a runner. She was someone trying to run. The distinction might seem semantic, but it created a profound psychological barrier. Each run required her to act against her self-image, demanding willpower not just to overcome physical resistance, but to temporarily become someone else. What she didn't realize was that her approach had been backward all along. She had been focusing on what she wanted to do rather than who she wanted to become. In previous chapters, we've explored various dimensions of consistency: the importance of clarity, effective system design, reducing friction, and managing your mind. These elements create powerful external and internal conditions for consistent action. But there's an even deeper level that shapes behavior in ways most people never recognize, a level that determines whether consistency feels like a constant battle or a natural expression of who you are. This chapter will reveal why the most profound driver of consistent behavior isn't what you do or how you do it, but who you believe you are. You'll discover how your identity, your self-concept, and beliefs about the kind of person you are silently guides your actions in ways that can either sabotage or supercharge your consistency efforts. By understanding how identity shapes behavior and learning to deliberately cultivate identities aligned with your goals, you'll access a source of motivation far more powerful and sustainable than willpower or external rewards. The path to lasting consistency doesn't just involve changing your actions, it involves becoming someone for whom those actions feel natural and aligned. Beyond outcomes and processes, the power of who you are. When most people think about changing behavior or building consistency, they focus on one of two things: the outcomes they want to achieve or the processes they need to follow. But there's a third, deeper layer that often goes unexamined: identity. 3 layers of behavior change. To understand how these layers interact, let's examine each one and how it influences consistency. The outermost layer focuses on outcomes, the results you want to achieve. This is about what you get: losing 20 pounds, writing a book, saving $10,000, learning to play the guitar. Outcome-focused approaches emphasize the end goal, using the desired result as motivation for action. While clear outcomes are essential for direction, as we explored in Chapter 2, they often provide limited motivation for consistent action. The gap between your current state and the desired outcome can feel overwhelming, and the delayed gratification of distant results doesn't always overcome the immediate discomfort of changing behavior. The middle layer focuses on processes, the systems and habits you implement to achieve your outcomes. This is about how you do it: going to the gym 3 times a week, writing 500 words daily, automatically transferring money to savings each month, practicing guitar for 30 minutes each evening. Process-focused approaches, which we explored in Chapter 3, are more effective for consistency than outcome-focused approaches alone. They break down overwhelming goals into manageable actions and create systems that support regular behavior. This is why trust the process has become such a popular mantra in performance contexts. But there's an even deeper layer that often determines whether processes are maintained consistently. Identity, your beliefs about yourself and the type of person you are. This is about who you are. I am a healthy person. I am a writer. I am financially responsible. I am a musician. Identity-focused approaches center on becoming the type of person who naturally engages in the desired behaviors. Rather than forcing yourself to follow a process to achieve an outcome, you focus on embodying an identity for whom the process is a natural expression of self. This shift might seem subtle, but its impact on consistency can be profound. When your actions align with your identity, they require less willpower and conscious effort. They feel like authentic expressions of who you are, rather than obligations imposed from outside. Why identity is the deepest driver of consistency. Your behaviors tend to align with your current self-image. Think about the things you do consistently without struggle, the habits and actions that feel natural and automatic. In most cases, these behaviors align with how you see yourself. If you see yourself as organized, keeping your space tidy doesn't feel like a burdensome chore, but a natural expression of who you are. If you identify as punctual, arriving on time happens almost automatically without requiring significant willpower or external rewards. Conversely, behaviors that conflict with your self-image create internal friction. If you don't see yourself as a fitness person, each workout feels like an act of impersonation. You're temporarily pretending to be someone you're not. This friction creates a constant headwind against consistency, requiring substantial willpower to overcome. This is why changing your identity changes the behaviors that feel natural to you. When you shift from "I'm trying to exercise more" to "I am an active person," the same physical action, going for a run, attending a fitness class, transforms from something you have to force yourself to do into something that feels congruent with your sense of self. This alignment creates a powerful shift from having to do to getting to be. Instead of thinking, "I have to write today because I'm trying to finish this book," you think, "I get to write today because that's what writers do, and I am a writer." The behavior becomes an opportunity to express and reinforce your identity rather than an obligation to be endured. This identity-based approach doesn't replace outcome and process considerations. All three layers play important roles. But identity provides the foundation that makes the other layers more effective and sustainable. When your identity aligns with your desired outcomes and processes, consistency becomes less about forcing yourself to act against your nature and more about expressing who you truly are or who you're becoming. Becoming the person you want to be. If identity is so powerful in shaping behavior, the obvious question becomes, how do you change your identity? How do you become the type of person who naturally engages in the behaviors you want to maintain consistently? Shifting your focus from goal to identity. The first step in leveraging identity for consistency is shifting your focus from what you want to achieve to who you want to become. This involves reframing your goals and processes in terms of identity. Instead of, I want to run a marathon, you focus on, I want to become a runner. The marathon is still the outcome, and running regularly is still the process, but the primary emphasis shifts to the identity of being a runner. Similarly, instead of, I need to meditate daily, you focus on, I want to become a calm, mindful person. The daily meditation remains the process, but it's now in service of embodying a particular identity rather than just checking a box on your habit tracker. This reframing requires identifying the type of person who achieves the results you desire. What characteristics, values, and behaviors define someone who excels in the area you're focusing on? What would this person believe about themselves? How would they approach daily decisions and actions? For example, if your goal is to write a book, you would consider, what defines a writer? Beyond the obvious act of writing, writers might value creativity, expression, observation, discipline, and continuous improvement. They might approach daily life with curiosity, noticing details and collecting experiences that could inform their work. This exploration isn't about creating a rigid stereotype, but about identifying the core attributes that align with your authentic aspirations. The identity you choose to cultivate should resonate with your values and the person you genuinely want to become, not an external image you feel you should adopt. The power of this identity focus is that it provides a compass for countless small decisions beyond the specific habits you're trying to build. A person who identifies as a writer might naturally choose to read more, observe more carefully, or engage in conversations differently. Not because these are forced habits, but because they align with the writer identity. Every action is a vote, proving your identity to yourself. While the shift in focus from goals to identity is important, identity isn't something you can simply declare and immediately embody. Your self-concept is shaped by evidence, specifically by your own actions and their outcomes. This is where a powerful concept comes into play. Your identity emerges from your habits. Every time you perform an action, you're casting a vote for the type of person you believe you are. These votes accumulate over time, gradually shaping your self-concept and beliefs about your identity. When you write for 30 minutes, you cast a vote for I am a writer. When you meditate, you cast a vote for I am a mindful person. When you keep a commitment to yourself, you cast a vote for I am reliable and disciplined. Conversely, when you skip a planned writing session, you cast a vote for I'm not really a writer. When you repeatedly break promises to yourself, you cast votes for I lack discipline and follow-through. The key insight is that each small, consistent action serves as evidence reinforcing your desired identity. These actions don't need to be dramatic or life-changing individually. In fact, small actions that you can perform consistently provide more reliable evidence than occasional grand gestures. This perspective shifts your focus from achieving perfect performance to simply casting votes for the person you want to become, day by day. Even on days when you can only do the minimum, writing a single paragraph, meditating for just 2 minutes, you're still casting a vote for your desired identity. These small votes accumulate over time, gradually reshaping your self-concept. Building belief through action. As you consistently cast votes for your desired identity through action, something remarkable happens. Your self-perception gradually changes. You begin to believe you are the type of person who engages in these behaviors because you have evidence, your own actions, supporting this belief. This process illustrates a fundamental psychological principle. Behavior often precedes belief, not the other way around. While we commonly assume that we must first believe we can do something before trying it, the reality is often reversed. By taking action first, even small tentative actions, we generate evidence that shapes our beliefs about what's possible and who we are. The strategies for making habits easy that we explored in Chapter 4 become particularly valuable in this context. Starting small makes casting these identity votes easier and more consistent. When the barrier to action is low, you're more likely to take the action, and each action, however small, counts as a vote for your desired identity. For example, if you're cultivating a writer identity, starting with a commitment to write just one sentence daily makes it easy to cast consistent votes for that identity. As these votes accumulate, your belief in yourself as a writer strengthens, often leading naturally to increased writing activity without requiring additional willpower. Celebrating small wins as proof of your evolving identity reinforces this process. When you acknowledge each action as evidence of who you're becoming, not just progress toward a goal, you accelerate the identity shift. A simple practice of noting, "I wrote today because I'm a writer," or "I meditated today because I'm becoming more mindful," connects the action directly to your evolving identity. This approach creates a positive feedback loop. Actions build identity, and strengthened identity makes the actions feel more natural, leading to more consistent action with less resistance. Over time, what began as conscious effort becomes an authentic expression of who you believe yourself to be. Aligning habits with your identity, the ultimate intrinsic motivation. As your identity evolves through consistent action, something profound happens to your relationship with the habits themselves. They begin to feel like natural expressions of who you are, rather than obligations imposed from outside. When habits feel like you, when a habit aligns with your identity, consistency feels natural rather than forced. The behavior no longer requires significant willpower or external motivation because it's congruent with your self-concept. You're not fighting against yourself to maintain the habit, you're expressing who you are through the habit. Consider how differently these statements feel. I have to write today because I committed to finishing this project. I get to write today because that's what writers do, and I am a writer. The first framing positions writing as an external obligation, creating resistance. The second framing positions writing as an expression of identity, creating alignment. The action is the same, but the psychological experience is dramatically different. This alignment represents the most powerful form of intrinsic motivation, motivation that comes from within rather than from external rewards or pressures. When a behavior feels like an authentic expression of your identity, the behavior itself becomes rewarding because it affirms who you are or who you're becoming. This intrinsic motivation is far more sustainable than motivation based on external rewards or outcomes. External motivators, whether rewards like praise and recognition or punishments like guilt and shame, tend to lose effectiveness over time. But identity-aligned behaviors remain motivating because they continuously affirm and strengthen your sense of self. This explains why people who strongly identify with certain roles or activities can maintain remarkable consistency without apparent effort. The dedicated musician who practices daily, the committed environmentalist who consistently makes eco-friendly choices, the lifelong learner who regularly tackles new subjects. These people aren't necessarily exercising superhuman willpower. They're expressing identities that have become core to their self-concept. As your habits become aligned with your identity, you'll notice a reduced need for external rewards or tracking systems. While these tools can still be useful, particularly in the early stages of habit formation, they become less necessary as the behavior itself becomes intrinsically rewarding through identity alignment. Choosing habits that reinforce your desired identity. Given the power of identity alignment, it becomes important to thoughtfully select habits that reinforce the person you aspire to be. Not all habits contribute equally to identity formation, even if they might contribute to your goals. The most powerful habits for identity reinforcement are those that resonate with the core attributes of the person you aspire to be. These habits serve as clear, unambiguous votes for your desired identity, providing strong evidence for your evolving self-concept. For example, if you're cultivating a creative identity, habits like daily free writing, regular museum visits, or scheduled time for experimental projects might reinforce this identity more powerfully than general productivity habits, even if both types contribute to your creative output. Framing your habits explicitly in terms of identity strengthens this connection. Simple statements like runners run, writers write, or mindful people meditate create clear links between the identity and the behavior. These statements might seem obvious, but they serve an important psychological purpose. They position the behavior as a natural, defining characteristic of the identity rather than an arbitrary action. This framing deepens your commitment beyond superficial goals. When a habit is tied to your identity, abandoning it means more than just giving up on a particular outcome. It means acting inconsistently with who you believe yourself to be. This creates a powerful form of commitment that transcends fluctuating motivation or temporary obstacles. The habits you choose and how you frame them become part of the story you tell yourself about who you are. By deliberately selecting habits that align with and reinforce your desired identity, you create a coherent narrative of self that supports consistent action across various situations and challenges. Leveraging social identity, the power of belonging. While personal identity is powerful, human beings are fundamentally social creatures. Our sense of self is shaped not just by our individual actions, but by our relationships and group affiliations. This social dimension of identity offers another powerful lever for building consistency. We are herd animals, the pull of social norms. Humans have an innate desire to fit in and belong. This isn't a weakness or character flaw. It's a fundamental aspect of our psychology that evolved because group belonging was essential for survival throughout most of human history. This desire for belonging manifests in our natural tendency to adopt the behaviors, values, and norms of groups we identify with. We imitate the people around us, particularly those we admire or aspire to be like, often without conscious awareness of this influence. Research consistently shows that social norms, the unwritten rules and expectations of a group, exert a powerful influence on individual behavior. We're more likely to engage in behaviors that are common among our reference groups and less likely to maintain behaviors that deviate from these norms, regardless of our conscious intentions. This social influence operates through multiple channels. We directly observe and imitate the behaviors of others. We receive feedback and reinforcement from group members that shapes our actions. And perhaps most powerfully, we internalize the norms and values of groups we identify with, making them part of our personal identity. Understanding this social dimension of behavior reveals why consistency can be so challenging when your desired habits differ from those of your primary social groups. If none of your close friends exercise regularly, maintaining a consistent exercise habit requires swimming against the social current. Not impossible, but certainly more difficult than if you were surrounded by active people. Joining a tribe where your desired behavior is normal. Given the powerful influence of social norms, one of the most effective strategies for building consistency is to deliberately seek out groups or communities where your desired behavior is the standard. When you surround yourself with people who already embody the identity you aspire to, consistency becomes significantly easier. These communities provide multiple benefits for consistency. They offer models of the behavior you're trying to adopt, showing you what consistent practice looks like in action. They provide guidance and support based on their experience, helping you navigate challenges more effectively. And perhaps most importantly, they normalize the behavior, making it feel like the natural, expected thing to do rather than an exceptional effort. For example, joining a writing group where everyone works on their projects regularly makes consistent writing feel normal rather than extraordinary. The question shifts from, will I write today, to what will I write today? Consistency becomes the default rather than the exception. Surrounding yourself with people who embody your desired identity reinforces your own efforts in both practical and psychological ways. Practically, these communities often create structures that support consistency. Regular meetings, accountability systems, shared resources. Psychologically, they provide a sense of belonging and identity that makes the behavior feel like an expression of who you are, rather than an isolated personal challenge. This approach makes consistency feel like the socially accepted, normal thing to do. Instead of fighting against social currents, you're swimming with them, leveraging the natural human tendency toward social conformity to support rather than undermine your consistency goals. Importantly, these communities don't have to be physically local in today's connected world. Online communities, virtual accountability groups, and digital spaces organized around specific practices or identities can provide similar benefits. The key is finding people who share your aspirations and already engage in the behaviors you want to make consistent in your own life. By deliberately choosing your tribe, the people and communities you affiliate with, you can harness the power of social identity to support rather than hinder your consistency efforts. This doesn't mean abandoning existing relationships, but it does mean being intentional about seeking additional connections that align with who you're becoming. Exercise, casting your vote. Now it's time to apply these identity-based principles to your own consistency goals through a practical exercise in identity cultivation. Begin by choosing one area where you're working to build consistency. This could be a creative practice, a fitness routine, a learning habit, or any other behavior you want to maintain regularly. Ideally, select an area where you've already established some clarity about your goals and begun designing supportive systems. Next, define the identity you aspire to embody in this area. Rather than focusing on what you want to achieve or do, focus on who you want to become. Complete the sentence, I am the type of person who, with a statement that captures the essence of the identity you're cultivating. For example, I am the type of person who is physically active every day. I am the type of person who prioritizes deep work and creative expression. I am the type of person who keeps their space tidy and organized. I am the type of person who continuously learns and develops new skills. This identity statement should feel both aspirational and authentic, stretching beyond your current self-concept but aligned with your genuine values and desires. It should describe a person you truly want to become, not someone you feel you should be based on external expectations. Once you've defined your aspirational identity, identify one small, specific action you can take tomorrow that serves as a vote for this identity. This action should be concrete and achievable, linking back to the principles of making it easy that we explored in Chapter 4. The key is making this action small enough that you can definitely complete it, even on a difficult day. Remember, consistency in casting identity votes matters more than the magnitude of each individual vote. A small action performed consistently builds identity more effectively than an ambitious action performed occasionally. For example, if you're cultivating an identity as an active person, your vote might be, I will walk for just 10 minutes tomorrow. If you're cultivating an identity as a writer, your vote might be, I will write one paragraph tomorrow morning. If you're cultivating an identity as an organized person, your vote might be, I will spend 5 minutes tidying my desk tomorrow. Finally, commit to performing this action tomorrow and consciously acknowledging it as a vote for your desired identity. After completing the action, take a moment to silently affirm, this action is a vote for me becoming your desired identity. This explicit connection between the action and your evolving identity strengthens the impact of the behavior on your self-concept. This exercise isn't a one-time activity, but the beginning of a practice. Each day, look for opportunities to cast votes for your desired identity through small, consistent actions. Over time, these votes accumulate, gradually transforming not just what you do, but who you believe yourself to be. By focusing on identity rather than just outcomes or processes, you access a deeper level of motivation that makes consistency less about forcing yourself to act against your nature and more about expressing and becoming who you truly want to be. Conclusion. In this chapter, we've explored the profound connection between identity and consistency. We've seen how focusing on who you want to become, rather than just what you want to achieve or how you'll achieve it, creates a powerful foundation for sustainable behavior change. We've examined the 3 layers of behavior change: outcomes, processes, and identity, and how identity serves as the deepest driver of consistent action. We've discovered that when behaviors align with your self-concept, they require less willpower and conscious effort, feeling like natural expressions of who you are rather than obligations imposed from outside. We've explored how identity emerges from habits through the accumulation of votes, small, consistent actions that gradually shape your beliefs about yourself. We've seen how this process creates a positive feedback loop where actions build identity, and strengthened identity makes the actions feel more natural, leading to more consistent action with less resistance. We've also examined the social dimension of identity, recognizing how our innate desire for belonging influences our behavior, and how deliberately seeking communities where our desired behaviors are normal can powerfully support consistency. Through the casting your vote exercise, you've begun applying these principles to your own consistency goals, focusing on who you want to become, and taking small, specific actions that reinforce this evolving identity. But even with clear goals, well-designed systems, minimal friction, managed thoughts, and aligned identity, consistency remains a journey with inevitable ups and downs. Perfect performance is neither possible nor necessary for meaningful progress. What matters is not whether you occasionally falter, but how quickly you recover and resume your consistent path. In the next chapter, we'll explore the invisible force that separates those who achieve their goals from those who abandon them at the first sign of difficulty. You'll discover why starting a habit is just the beginning, and how a phenomenon that physicists have studied for centuries holds the key to making consistency not just possible, but increasingly effortless over time. The secret isn't in avoiding mistakes, it's in understanding what happens after you make them. And that understanding begins with a principle so fundamental that it governs not just human behavior, but the movement of every object in the universe. Chapter 7. Build momentum. He stared at the blank page, his cursor blinking rhythmically like a metronome, counting the seconds of his indecision. This was the 4th day in a row he'd sat down to write, part of his commitment to finish the novel he'd started and abandoned countless times before. The first 3 days had been surprisingly easy. Words had flowed, ideas had sparked, and he'd felt a growing sense of possibility. But today was different. Today, the words wouldn't come. His mind felt foggy, his ideas flat. The voice of doubt that had derailed his previous attempts whispered that this time would be no different. In this critical moment, he faced a choice that would determine whether this attempt would end like all the others or become the beginning of something different. He could walk away, promising himself he'd try again when inspiration returned. Or he could stay, writing even a single imperfect paragraph, maintaining the delicate thread of consistency he'd begun to weave. What he didn't yet realize was that this moment, this decision point, would reveal the invisible force that separates those who achieve their goals from those who perpetually restart them. In previous chapters, we've explored various dimensions of consistency, the importance of clarity, effective system design, reducing friction, managing your mind, and aligning your identity. These elements create powerful conditions for consistent action. But there's another dimension that determines whether initial consistency transforms into lasting change or fades into yet another abandoned attempt. This chapter will reveal why starting a habit is just the beginning and how the force that physicists have studied for centuries, momentum, applies not just to objects in motion, but to human behavior as well. You'll discover why consistency becomes easier over time if approached correctly, and how to navigate the inevitable setbacks that threaten to derail your progress. By understanding how to build and maintain momentum, you'll develop the capacity to transform fragile new behaviors into robust, sustainable habits that carry you toward your goals even when motivation fluctuates or obstacles arise. The path to lasting consistency isn't just about starting well, it's about harnessing the invisible force that keeps you moving forward. Understanding momentum, the physics of progress. In physics, momentum is defined as mass in motion. An object's momentum is calculated by multiplying its mass by its velocity. The greater the mass or velocity, the greater the momentum, and the more force required to stop or change its direction. This physical principle has a powerful parallel in human behavior, particularly in habit formation and consistency. What is momentum in habit formation? In the context of habits and consistent behavior, momentum refers to the forward motion generated through repeated action. It's the sense of progress and flow that develops when you consistently engage in a behavior over time. When you first begin a new habit or routine, progress often feels effortful and uncertain. Each session requires conscious decision-making, willpower, and overcoming inertia, the tendency to remain at rest. This initial stage is where most people struggle and where many consistency attempts fail. But something remarkable happens when you push through this initial resistance and maintain consistency for a period of time. The behavior begins to develop its own forward motion. What once required significant effort starts to feel easier, more natural, and almost self-propelling. This is momentum, the feeling of forward motion built through consistent action. It's the sense that continuing is easier than stopping, that progress has its own energy that carries you forward. Initial consistency builds energy that makes subsequent action easier in several ways. Neurologically, repeated behaviors strengthen neural pathways, making the behavior more automatic and requiring less conscious processing. Psychologically, consistent action builds confidence and positive expectations, reducing the mental resistance to engagement. Practically, regular practice develops skills and capacities that make the activity itself less demanding. In this way, momentum can be seen as the reward for overcoming initial friction. The effort required to establish consistency in the beginning pays dividends in the form of reduced effort later. What starts as a conscious struggle gradually transforms into a self-reinforcing cycle of action and progress. Why momentum matters for staying consistent. Momentum isn't just a pleasant side effect of consistency, it's a crucial factor in maintaining long-term progress. Understanding its importance can transform how you approach habit formation and goal pursuit. First, momentum makes habits feel more automatic and less effortful. When a behavior has momentum, it begins to happen with less conscious deliberation and willpower. The decision-making process simplifies from, "Should I do this today?" to "This is what I do at this time." This automaticity conserves mental energy and reduces the opportunity for procrastination or abandonment. Second, momentum builds confidence and reinforces your identity, connecting to the principles we explored in Chapter 6. Each successful repetition of a behavior provides evidence that you are the type of person who does this consistently. This evidence strengthens your identity, which in turn makes the behavior feel more natural and aligned with your self-concept. Third, momentum makes temporary dips in motivation less likely to derail you. When a behavior has strong momentum, it can carry you through periods of low motivation, stress, or disruption that might otherwise break your consistency. Just as a heavy object in motion continues moving despite small obstacles, a habit with strong momentum continues despite temporary challenges. This is why understanding and deliberately building momentum is so crucial for long-term consistency. Without momentum, each instance of a behavior requires the same effort as the first time, making long-term maintenance exhausting and unlikely. With momentum, the behavior becomes increasingly self-sustaining, requiring less energy to maintain over time. The key insight is that consistency isn't just about repeating a behavior, it's about generating momentum that transforms the behavior from something you force yourself to do into something that feels natural to continue. This transformation is what makes long-term consistency possible and sustainable. Strategies for building initial momentum. While momentum makes consistency easier over time, the initial phase of building momentum can be challenging. This is where specific strategies can help you generate the initial consistent action needed to create forward motion. Leveraging early wins. One of the most effective approaches for building initial momentum is focusing on early wins, small successes that provide evidence of progress and capability. These early wins generate positive emotions and confidence that fuel continued action. The importance of starting small and easy, as we discussed in Chapter 4, becomes particularly relevant when viewed through the lens of momentum. Small, achievable actions allow you to accumulate successful repetitions quickly, each one contributing to your forward motion. In contrast, overly ambitious beginnings often lead to failure or exhaustion, preventing momentum from developing. For example, starting with a commitment to write for just 10 minutes daily allows you to rack up consistent wins that build momentum. Beginning with a goal of writing for 2 hours would likely lead to missed days and frustration, preventing momentum from forming. Focusing on consistency over intensity in the beginning is another crucial principle for building momentum. In the early stages of habit formation, the frequency of behavior matters more than the duration or difficulty. 5 short writing sessions in a week build more momentum than 1 marathon session, even if the total time is the same. This principle often contradicts our intuitions about progress. We tend to believe that more intense effort produces faster results. While this may be true for the immediate outcome of a single session, it's rarely true for building the momentum that sustains long-term consistency. Celebrating the act of showing up, regardless of the quality or quantity of the session, reinforces the behavior and builds positive associations. This celebration doesn't need to be elaborate. A simple acknowledgement of "I did it" or a checkmark on a habit tracker can provide the positive reinforcement that encourages continued action. These early wins serve as proof that you can do this, that progress is possible, and that you are becoming the type of person who engages in this behavior consistently. Each small success adds to your momentum, making the next repetition slightly easier and more likely. Habit stacking revisited, creating automatic chains. In Chapter 3, we introduced habit stacking as a strategy for designing effective systems. This technique becomes even more powerful when viewed through the lens of momentum, as it allows new habits to benefit from the momentum of established routines. Using established routines to pull new habits along leverages the momentum you've already built in one area to initiate motion in another. When you connect a new behavior to an existing habit that already happens automatically, you reduce the activation energy required to start the new behavior. For example, if you already have a solid habit of making your bed each morning, adding a new habit immediately afterward, "After I make my bed, I will do 5 push-ups," allows the new behavior to benefit from the momentum of the established routine. You don't have to decide when or whether to do push-ups. They simply become the next link in an existing chain. Linking habits this way creates seamless transitions and builds flow between activities. Instead of treating each behavior as a separate decision requiring fresh motivation and initiation, habit stacking creates a continuous sequence where the completion of one action naturally triggers the next. This seamless flow is crucial for momentum because it eliminates the gaps between activities where resistance and reconsideration can occur. Each behavior flows into the next with minimal friction, allowing momentum to build across multiple connected activities rather than starting and stopping with each new behavior. Temptation bundling, pairing want to with have to. While habit stacking connects behaviors sequentially, Temptation bundling creates connections between simultaneous activities, pairing something you need to do with something you want to do. This strategy, pioneered by behavioral economist Catherine Milkman, leverages immediate gratification to build momentum for otherwise challenging behaviors. Temptation bundling involves linking an action you enjoy with a habit you need to do but might resist. For example, only listening to your favorite podcast while exercising, or only watching a particular show while folding laundry. This pairing creates an immediate reward for engaging in the target behavior, making it more attractive and easier to initiate. The power of this approach lies in how it transforms the experience of the target behavior. Instead of exercise feeling like a pure obligation, it becomes the opportunity to enjoy your favorite audio content. The positive emotions associated with the enjoyable activity become connected to the target behavior, reducing resistance and creating positive anticipation. This immediate gratification is particularly valuable for building initial momentum because it bridges the gap between action and reward. Many valuable behaviors have delayed benefits. Exercise improves health over months and years. Writing accumulates into finished work over time. Temptation bundling creates immediate positive feedback that sustains action until the longer-term benefits become apparent. By leveraging immediate gratification, temptation bundling makes consistent action more attractive, especially in the early stages when intrinsic motivation might not yet be strong. This attraction reduces the friction of starting, allowing you to accumulate the consistent repetitions needed to build momentum. Maintaining momentum, keeping the ball rolling. Once you've begun to build momentum through consistent action, specific strategies can help maintain and strengthen this forward motion, preventing stalls or reversals. The power of streaks and tracking. One of the most effective tools for maintaining momentum is making your consistency visible through tracking. Visual representations of your progress provide concrete evidence of your momentum and create additional motivation to maintain it. Using habit trackers or calendars to visualize your consistency transforms abstract behavior patterns into tangible records. Whether through digital apps, wall calendars with X marks, or simple paper trackers, seeing your streak of consistent action provides powerful feedback about your progress and momentum. This visibility activates the psychological motivation of not wanting to break the chain. Once you've established a visible streak of consistent behavior, the prospect of breaking that streak creates a form of loss aversion, the human tendency to strongly prefer avoiding losses over acquiring equivalent gains. A 10-day streak of writing becomes something valuable that you're motivated to preserve by continuing the behavior. Beyond the motivation to maintain streaks, tracking provides immediate feedback that reinforces momentum. Each recorded instance of the behavior serves as evidence of your consistency and progress, strengthening your belief in your capacity to maintain the behavior and reinforcing the identity we discussed in Chapter 6. This feedback is particularly important because many valuable behaviors have delayed or subtle benefits that might not be immediately apparent. Tracking creates a form of immediate feedback that bridges this gap, allowing you to see your consistency even when the results of that consistency aren't yet visible. Using to-do lists and time constraints effectively. While tracking records what you've already done, planning tools like to-do lists and time constraints help structure your forward motion, creating clear paths for momentum to follow. Checking items off a list provides a sense of accomplishment that fuels continued action. Each completed task creates a small win that builds confidence and positive emotion, contributing to the psychological momentum that sustains consistency. The visual progress of moving through a list also provides concrete evidence of forward motion. Using time constraints, such as the Pomodoro technique, working in focused 25-minute intervals followed by short breaks, creates focused bursts of action that maintain momentum. These time boundaries help overcome the inertia of starting by committing to a finite period rather than an open-ended session. They also prevent the fatigue and diminishing returns that can come from extended periods of continuous effort. The structure provided by these tools prevents drift and keeps you moving forward. Without structure, momentum can dissipate through indecision, distraction, or lack of direction. Clear plans and time boundaries create channels for your energy and attention, allowing momentum to build within defined parameters rather than dispersing across too many possibilities. These tools are particularly valuable when motivation fluctuates or external conditions change. The external structure they provide can maintain momentum even when internal drive temporarily decreases, bridging gaps in motivation until the natural momentum of the behavior reasserts itself. Navigating setbacks, the inevitability of imperfection. Even with effective strategies for building and maintaining momentum, setbacks are inevitable in any long-term consistency effort. Understanding how to navigate these challenges without losing your overall momentum is crucial for sustainable progress. Consistency does not mean perfection. One of the most important mindset shifts for long-term consistency is recognizing that consistency does not require perfection. Missing a day or slipping up occasionally is normal and expected, not evidence of failure or lack of commitment. This acceptance of imperfection is not about lowering standards or making excuses, but about having realistic expectations that acknowledge human limitations and variable life circumstances. Perfect adherence to any behavior over a long period is rarely possible or even desirable, as it often leads to rigidity and eventual abandonment when perfection inevitably proves unsustainable. Shifting focus from avoiding failure to recovering quickly represents a crucial perspective change. Instead of measuring success by whether you ever miss a day, an unrealistic standard, you measure it by how effectively you respond when you do miss, a skill you can develop and improve. This shift helps avoid the all or nothing trap we discussed in Chapter 5, where a single lapse is seen as complete failure that justifies abandoning the effort entirely. When you recognize that consistency is about the overall pattern rather than perfect execution, a missed day becomes a normal part of the process rather than a catastrophic breakdown. This more flexible and realistic approach to consistency actually supports stronger momentum in the long run. By removing the pressure of perfection, you reduce the likelihood of giving up after inevitable lapses, allowing momentum to rebuild rather than being permanently lost. The cardinal rule, never miss twice. While missing occasionally is normal, allowing a single miss to extend into a streak of inconsistency can seriously damage momentum. This insight leads to what many consistency experts consider a cardinal rule: never miss twice in a row. Understanding that one missed day is an anomaly, but two becomes the start of a new pattern, highlights the critical juncture that occurs after a first lapse. The second day after missing is often when the trajectory of your consistency is determined, either returning to your intended path or beginning a slide into extended inconsistency. Prioritizing getting back on track immediately the next day after a miss prevents small slips from turning into major derailments. This immediate return maintains most of your momentum, whereas each additional day of inconsistency makes returning exponentially more difficult as momentum dissipates and contrary habits begin to form. The never miss twice rule is powerful because it's simultaneously forgiving and rigorous. It acknowledges that misses will occur while establishing a clear boundary that prevents those misses from becoming extended breaks. It transforms the binary notion of on track or off track into a more nuanced understanding of consistency as a continuous process of action and recovery. This approach prevents small slips from turning into major derailments by containing the impact of any single lapse. Rather than a miss leading to complete abandonment, it becomes a brief pause in an ongoing journey, a speed bump rather than a roadblock. Having a get-back-on-track plan. The effectiveness of the never miss twice rule increases dramatically when you have a specific, predefined plan for how you'll respond after missing a day. This predecision removes the need for deliberation when your motivation might be lowest. Pre-deciding how you will respond if you miss your habit eliminates the decision fatigue and uncertainty that often follow a lapse. Instead of having to figure out what to do while potentially feeling discouraged, you simply execute your predetermined recovery plan. This plan often involves doing a minimal version of the habit the next day, a version so easy that it's almost impossible to fail. For example, if you miss a writing session, your recovery plan might be to write just one sentence the next day. If you miss a workout, it might be to do just 5 minutes of light activity. The key is that this minimal action maintains the behavior pattern and prevents complete abandonment. It keeps the neural pathways active and preserves your identity as someone who engages in this behavior, even if at a reduced level temporarily. Applying self-compassion instead of self-criticism during this recovery process is crucial, connecting back to the principles we explored in Chapter 5. Harsh self-judgment after a lapse often leads to avoidance and further inconsistency, while self-compassion facilitates learning and re-engagement. A well-designed recovery plan acknowledges the lapse without catastrophizing it, maintains your identity as someone who engages in the behavior, and creates an easy on-ramp back to your full routine. This approach preserves momentum through inevitable imperfections, allowing for human limitations while maintaining overall forward progress. Exercise momentum builders. Now it's time to apply these momentum principles to your own consistency goals through a practical exercise in momentum building and maintenance. Begin by selecting a habit you are currently working on building consistency with. This could be a habit you've already started implementing based on previous chapters or a new behavior you're planning to establish. Choose something meaningful that you genuinely want to maintain over time. Next, enhance this habit's momentum using stacking or bundling strategies. These approaches reduce the activation energy required to start the behavior and make the experience itself more rewarding, both of which contribute to stronger momentum. If habit stacking seems most appropriate for your selected behavior, refine or create a specific habit stack using the formula, after current habit, I will target habit. Choose an existing habit that's already consistent and automatic as your trigger, and be specific about exactly when and how the new behavior will follow. For example, after I turn off my morning alarm, I will immediately do 5 minutes of stretching. After I sit down at my desk, I will write 3 sentences before opening email or social media. After I put my keys down when arriving home, I will immediately practice guitar for 5 minutes. If temptation bundling seems more suitable, design a specific bundle using the formula, I will only enjoyable activity while doing target habit. Choose an enjoyable activity that you can realistically reserve exclusively for your target behavior, creating a clear association between pleasure and the habit you're building. For example, I will only listen to my favorite podcast while exercising. I will only watch specific show while folding laundry. I will only drink my favorite tea while reading for my learning goal. Finally, create your never miss twice recovery plan to maintain momentum through inevitable imperfections. This plan should specify exactly what you'll do if you miss a day of your target habit, focusing on a minimal version that maintains the behavior pattern without requiring significant willpower or effort. Define the absolute minimum version of the habit that you commit to doing the day after missing. This should be so easy that it would be almost impossible to fail, even on a difficult day or when motivation is low. Write down your simple rule in an if-then format, making it specific and actionable. If I miss my writing session, I will write just 1 sentence the next day. If I miss my workout, I will do 5 minutes of stretching the next day. If I miss my meditation practice, I will take 3 mindful breaths the next day. This recovery plan serves as insurance for your momentum, ensuring that temporary setbacks don't become permanent derailments. By predetermining your response to lapses, you remove the decision burden when your motivation might be lowest, making recovery more likely and protecting the momentum you've built. By implementing these momentum-building strategies, leveraging early wins, using habit stacking or temptation bundling, tracking your progress, and establishing a clear recovery plan, you create conditions where consistency becomes increasingly self-sustaining. What begins as effortful gradually transforms into a self-reinforcing cycle of action and progress that carries you toward your goals even when motivation fluctuates or obstacles arise. Conclusion. In this chapter, we've explored the powerful concept of momentum and its crucial role in sustainable consistency. We've seen how initial consistent action generates forward motion that makes subsequent action easier, transforming behaviors from effortful to increasingly automatic over time. We've examined strategies for building initial momentum, including leveraging early wins, using habit stacking to create automatic chains, and implementing temptation bundling to make behaviors more immediately rewarding. We've also explored approaches for maintaining momentum, such as tracking streaks and using structured planning tools to channel your energy effectively. Perhaps most importantly, we've addressed the reality of setbacks and how to navigate them without losing your overall momentum. We've seen that consistency doesn't require perfection, that the never miss twice rule provides a powerful boundary for containing lapses, and that having a predefined recovery plan significantly increases your ability to maintain momentum through inevitable imperfections. Through the Momentum Builders exercise, you've begun applying these principles to your own consistency goals, creating conditions where your desired behaviors become increasingly self-sustaining rather than requiring constant willpower and conscious effort. But even with strong momentum, the modern world presents unique challenges to consistency. In an environment of constant distraction and competing demands, even well-established habits can be derailed by the fragmentation of attention and energy. In the next chapter, we'll explore a dimension of consistency that becomes increasingly crucial in today's high-stimulation environment. You'll discover why the quality of your attention might be even more important than the quantity of your time, and how a particular state of engagement can transform not just your productivity, but your entire experience of the activities you value most. The secret lies not in doing more, but in doing differently, in a way that most people in our distracted age have forgotten how to access. And rediscovering this lost art might be the key to not just consistency, but to the deeper fulfillment that comes from total immersion in what matters most. Chapter 8. Focus deeply. The notification appeared at the corner of her screen, an email from a colleague. She glanced at it just for a second. That glance led to opening the message, which mentioned a project she wasn't even working on today. But it sparked a thought about another deadline, which prompted her to check the calendar, which revealed an upcoming meeting she hadn't prepared for, which triggered anxiety that sent her to a quick social media check for relief. 45 minutes later, she blinked and realized she hadn't made any progress on the important report she'd sat down to write. Again. This wasn't a matter of laziness or lack of motivation. She genuinely wanted to complete the report and had blocked off this time specifically for it. She had clarity about her goal. She'd designed systems to support her work. She'd reduced friction by preparing her materials in advance. She'd managed her mindset and was building an identity as someone who delivers quality work. She even had momentum from previous productive sessions. Yet still, her attention fractured like light through a prism, scattering in a dozen different directions instead of concentrating into the powerful beam she needed. In previous chapters, we've explored various dimensions of consistency: the importance of clarity, effective system design, reducing friction, managing your mind, aligning your identity, and building momentum. These elements create powerful conditions for consistent action. But there's another dimension that determines whether your consistency translates into meaningful results or merely busy activity. This chapter will reveal why consistency alone isn't enough in today's distracted world, and how the quality of your attention might be even more important than the quantity of your time. You'll discover why the ability to focus deeply has become increasingly rare and valuable, and how to cultivate this capacity within your consistent systems. By understanding how to direct your momentum through focused attention, you'll develop the ability to produce high-quality work that matters rather than just staying busy with low-value activities. The path to meaningful achievement isn't just about showing up consistently. It's about showing up with your full, undivided attention. The challenge of the modern world: distraction and overwhelm. We live in the most distracting environment humans have ever experienced. This isn't hyperbole, it's a technological reality. Never before has so much information, entertainment, and social connection been instantly available at all times. Never before have so many people, companies, and algorithms been actively competing for your attention. Why focus is a superpower in today's environment. In this context, the ability to focus deeply has become both increasingly rare and increasingly valuable. It's a genuine superpower in an age of constant distraction. The constant barrage of notifications, emails, messages, and demands creates an environment where attention is perpetually fragmented. The average knowledge worker checks emails 74 times daily and switches tasks every 6 minutes. Smartphones are checked 150 plus times per day by the average user. Each of these interruptions, whether external or self-initiated, breaks focus and requires mental energy to re-engage with the original task. This fragmentation isn't just annoying, it fundamentally undermines your ability to produce meaningful work. Shallow, scattered attention prevents the deep thinking required for solving complex problems, generating creative insights, or producing high-quality output. It's the difference between skimming the surface of multiple tasks and diving deeply into one important challenge. Research by Gloria Mark at UC Irvine found that it takes an average of 23 minutes to fully return to a task after an interruption. When interruptions occur every few minutes, you never reach the state of deep engagement where your best work happens. Instead, you spend your day in a perpetual state of partial attention, busy but rarely productive in ways that truly matter. This reality makes deep focus a key differentiator for achieving significant results. While most people's attention is increasingly fragmented, those who can maintain concentrated focus gain a tremendous advantage. They can solve problems that require sustained thought, create work of exceptional quality, and make progress on complex projects that others can't seem to complete. In a world where distraction is the default, the ability to focus deeply isn't just helpful, it's a competitive edge that separates extraordinary results from mediocre ones. It's the difference between using your time and truly leveraging it. How consistency frees up mental energy for focus. This is where the consistent systems we've been building throughout this book become particularly valuable. They don't just support regular action, they create the conditions that make deep focus possible. When systems are in place, fewer decisions are needed about what to do or when to do it. Each decision you make throughout the day depletes your limited mental energy, a phenomenon known as decision fatigue. By establishing consistent routines and processes, you eliminate countless small decisions, preserving that mental energy for the focused work that matters most. For example, if you've established a consistent writing routine from 9:11 a.m. each morning, you don't need to decide whether, when, or what to write each day. Those decisions are pre-made through your system, conserving mental energy that can be directed toward the writing itself rather than the meta-decisions surrounding it. This conserved mental energy is crucial for deep focus because concentration is mentally demanding. Focus requires inhibiting distractions, maintaining attention on relevant information, and engaging in complex cognitive processing, all of which draw from the same limited pool of mental resources that decision-making depletes. Additionally, consistent routines create predictable blocks of time conducive to focus. When certain activities happen at regular times, your brain begins to anticipate and prepare for them. This predictability reduces the mental startup cost associated with transitioning into focused work. For instance, if you consistently engage in deep work at the same time each day, your brain begins to recognize this pattern and enters a focus-ready state more quickly when that time arrives. This neurological preparation makes it easier to achieve and maintain concentration, similar to how regular sleep schedules help your body prepare for rest at consistent times. The relationship between consistency and focus creates a powerful synergy. Consistency frees up the mental resources needed for deep focus, and deep focus directs your consistent efforts toward what matters most. Together, they transform regular action into meaningful progress on your most important work. Prioritization, knowing what matters most. Even with the mental energy and time for focused work, a crucial question remains. What exactly should you focus on? In a world of infinite possible tasks and limited time, the ability to identify what truly matters becomes essential. Identifying your most important tasks. The concept of most important tasks, MITs, provides a powerful framework for prioritization. Rather than trying to tackle everything on your to-do list, this approach focuses your limited attention and energy on the few tasks that will create the most significant impact. MITs are defined as the 1 to 3 critical tasks that, if completed, would make the day successful regardless of what else happens. These aren't necessarily the most urgent tasks or the quickest to complete. They're the ones that create the most value or move important projects forward most meaningfully. This approach requires differentiating between urgent tasks and truly important ones. Urgent tasks demand immediate attention, but may not contribute significantly to your long-term goals or priorities. Important tasks, while not always time-sensitive, create substantial value and progress toward what matters most. For example, responding to a minor but time-sensitive email might feel urgent, but working on a major project proposal might be more important for your long-term success. The MIT approach prioritizes importance over urgency, ensuring that the truly consequential work doesn't get crowded out by the merely pressing. The practice of identifying your MITs daily or weekly creates clarity about priorities and prevents the common trap of busy work, being active without being productive. By explicitly designating your most important tasks, you create a clear standard for evaluating how to use your limited focus and energy. This identification process doesn't need to be complex. At the end of each day or the beginning of each morning, simply ask yourself, what 1-3 tasks, if completed tomorrow, would make the day a success? The answer to this question becomes your MITs for the following day. The power of doing first things first. Eat that frog revisited. Once you've identified your MITs, when you tackle them becomes almost as important as identifying them in the first place. The strategy of eat that frog, doing your most important and often most challenging task first, takes on new significance in the context of focus. Prioritizing your MITs at the start of your focused work time leverages your peak mental energy. Most people have their highest levels of focus and willpower earlier in their day, though the specific timing varies by individual. By scheduling your most important work during this optimal window, you ensure your best mental resources are directed toward your highest value tasks. This approach builds momentum and reduces anxiety in powerful ways. Completing an important task early creates a sense of accomplishment that energizes the rest of your day. It also eliminates the background anxiety that often accumulates when important work remains unfinished, freeing up mental bandwidth for other tasks. Perhaps most importantly, tackling MITs first ensures that the most critical actions get done consistently. If you defer important work until after handling emails, meetings, and minor tasks, you risk running out of time or energy before addressing what truly matters. By reversing this order and protecting your prime focus time for MITs, you guarantee that essential progress happens regardless of how the rest of the day unfolds. This prioritization approach doesn't just improve productivity, it transforms how you experience your work. Instead of ending days feeling busy but unsatisfied, you complete days knowing you've advanced what matters most, even if smaller items remain unaddressed. This shift from activity to impact is at the heart of effective focus. Protecting your focus, the art of saying no. Identifying priorities is necessary but insufficient for maintaining deep focus. You must also protect your attention from the countless demands and distractions that would fragment it. This protection often requires a skill that many people find challenging: saying no. Recognizing distractions and low-value activities. The first step in protecting your focus is recognizing what threatens it. Distractions and low-value activities come in many forms, some obvious and others deceptively important seeming. Common time wasters include social media checks, email refreshing, unnecessary meetings, excessive news consumption, and administrative tasks that could be batched or delegated. These activities often masquerade as work but contribute little to meaningful progress on important goals. More subtle focus drainers include good opportunity requests that align with your interests but not your current priorities, open-ended commitments without clear boundaries, and quick questions that interrupt deep work. These can be particularly challenging to decline because they often seem reasonable or even beneficial in isolation. Understanding the opportunity cost of saying yes to non-essential things is crucial for protecting your focus. Every time you say yes to something, you're implicitly saying no to something else. An hour spent in an unnecessary meeting is an hour not spent on your most important project. A day filled with minor tasks is a day without progress on significant work. This opportunity cost often remains invisible because you don't see what you could have created or accomplished with that time and focus. But recognizing this hidden trade-off is essential for making conscious choices about where your attention goes, rather than letting it be claimed by whatever happens to be most immediate or insistent. Learning to decline gracefully but firmly. Once you recognize what threatens your focus, the next challenge is learning to decline these distractions and demands effectively. This isn't about being rude or unhelpful. It's about being intentional with your limited resources of time and attention. Developing strategies for saying no without damaging relationships requires both clarity and compassion. Clear, direct language prevents misunderstandings, while a respectful tone and acknowledgement of the request maintains goodwill. For example, instead of a vague "I'm busy," which implies the other person's request isn't important, you might say, "I appreciate you thinking of me for this. I'm currently focused on completing Project X by Friday, so I won't be able to take this on. Would next week work, or is there someone else who might be able to help sooner?" Using your clear priorities as a basis for declining requests adds legitimacy to your response and helps others understand your decision. When you've explicitly defined what matters most, as we discussed in Chapter 2, you can reference these priorities when saying no, making your response about alignment rather than rejection. This approach transforms saying no from a negative interaction into a positive expression of commitment to your most important work. You're not just declining a request, you're protecting your ability to deliver on your core responsibilities and priorities. How consistent systems support saying no. Your consistent systems provide powerful support for this boundary-setting process. When you've established regular routines and commitments to yourself, saying no becomes easier because you're protecting something concrete rather than an abstract preference. Your established routines provide a natural structure and boundaries that make declining competing demands more straightforward. Instead of making a new decision each time a request arises, you can simply reference your existing commitments. I have dedicated focus time for my writing project during those hours. It's significantly easier to decline when you have pre-allocated time for your priorities. This pre-allocation transforms your response from an in-the-moment rejection to a simple acknowledgement of prior commitments. You're not deciding whether to help someone. You're explaining that the time is already committed to something else. This system-based approach to saying no reduces both the emotional difficulty and cognitive burden of protecting your focus. Rather than weighing each request independently and potentially feeling guilty for declining, you're simply honoring the commitments you've already made to yourself and your most important work. Finding your flow, engagement, and optimal challenge. Beyond protecting time for focused work, The quality of that focus depends significantly on finding the right level of challenge and engagement. Not all focus time is equally productive or satisfying. The state of your engagement with the task dramatically affects both your experience and your output. The Goldilocks rule: not too hard, not too easy. Peak focus occurs in a narrow band of challenge, not too hard, not too easy. This principle, sometimes called the Goldilocks rule, reflects a fundamental aspect of human psychology. We engage most deeply with tasks that stretch our abilities without overwhelming them. Tasks that are too easy relative to your skill level quickly become boring, leading to distraction and disengagement despite your best intentions. Your mind wanders not because you lack discipline, but because it's seeking appropriate stimulation. This explains why even people with excellent focus can find themselves checking social media during simple or routine tasks. The mind craves engagement that matches its capabilities. Conversely, tasks that are too difficult relative to your current skills lead to frustration and anxiety. When a challenge exceeds your capabilities by too large a margin, the resulting stress activates emotional responses that interfere with cognitive processing. This explains why you might procrastinate on challenging projects, not from laziness, but from genuine psychological discomfort. The sweet spot, tasks that challenge you appropriately given your current skills, creates conditions for what psychologist Mihaly Csikszentmihalyi called flow, a state of complete absorption where focus becomes effortless and time seems to disappear. In this state, distraction becomes almost impossible because your attention is naturally and completely captured by the task itself. Understanding this relationship between challenge and engagement explains why focus isn't simply a matter of willpower or discipline. It's about finding or creating the right conditions for your mind to engage naturally and deeply with the work at hand, using consistent practice to stay in the sweet spot. The challenge level that creates optimal focus isn't static. It evolves as your skills develop. What creates flow today will eventually become too easy as you improve, potentially leading to boredom and disengagement. This dynamic relationship between skill and challenge requires ongoing adjustment to maintain optimal engagement. Consistent practice allows you to gradually increase challenge in alignment with your developing capabilities. Regular engagement with a skill or domain builds competence that allows you to tackle increasingly complex challenges while remaining in the flow channel, the zone where challenge and skill are appropriately matched. This progression requires periodically adjusting your system to maintain an optimal level of difficulty. As tasks become routine or easy, you can introduce new elements, higher standards, or more complex objectives that restore the appropriate challenge level. This continuous calibration keeps you engaged and focused rather than bored or overwhelmed. The ultimate aim is to regularly experience states of flow where you are fully immersed in the task. In this state, focus isn't something you have to force. It's the natural result of engaging with appropriately challenging work. Time passes differently, self-consciousness diminishes, and productivity often reaches peak levels. This flow-based approach to focus shifts the emphasis from forcing yourself to concentrate, which paradoxically often increases distraction, to creating conditions where deep focus emerges naturally from engagement with meaningful, appropriately challenging work. It transforms focus from a struggle against distraction to an immersive experience of absorption in what matters. Structuring for deep work, time blocking. While the principles we've explored create the conditions for deep focus, translating these principles into concrete practice often requires specific structural support. Time blocking provides a powerful framework for implementing these focus principles within your consistent systems. What is time blocking? Time blocking is a scheduling approach where you assign specific blocks of time in your calendar for specific tasks or types of work. Rather than having an open-ended to-do list and fitting tasks into whatever time remains after meetings and reactive work, you proactively allocate time for your most important activities. This approach involves scheduling specific blocks. For example, 9 to 11:30 a.m. for writing, 1 to 2:30 p.m. for strategic planning, 3 to 4 p.m. for email and administrative tasks, and treating these blocks like important appointments. You show up for them with the same commitment you would for a meeting with an important client or colleague. Time blocking transforms abstract intentions, "I'll work on this project sometime today," into concrete commitments. "I will work on this project from 2 to 4 p.m. This specificity eliminates the decision fatigue of constantly figuring out what to work on next and creates clear boundaries for different types of activities. How time blocking enhances focus. The power of time blocking for enhancing focus comes from several key benefits it provides. First, it creates clear boundaries for dedicated, uninterrupted work. When you've explicitly allocated time for deep focus on a specific task, you have a legitimate reason to decline interruptions and postpone distractions. These boundaries protect your attention from fragmentation and allow you to reach the deeper states of concentration where your best work happens. Second, time blocking reduces context switching and multitasking, two of the greatest enemies of deep focus. Context switching, moving your attention between different types of tasks or projects, carries a significant cognitive cost. Each switch requires your brain to load a different set of information, rules, and processes, depleting mental energy and reducing overall effectiveness. By grouping similar activities together in dedicated time blocks, for example, handling all email during a specific period rather than checking throughout the day, you minimize these costly transitions and maintain focused attention on one type of work at a time. This approach aligns with research showing that batching similar tasks is far more efficient than constantly switching between different types of activities. Third, time blocking integrates seamlessly with consistent routines and MIT prioritization. You can allocate your prime focus hours to your most important tasks, ensuring that your best mental energy goes to your highest value work. This integration creates a powerful system where consistency, prioritization, and focus reinforce each other, creating conditions for exceptional productivity and progress. The structure provided by time blocking doesn't constrain creativity or flexibility. It enables them by creating the protected space where deep work can occur. By defining when you'll focus on what, you free your mind from the constant low-level anxiety of undefined commitments and create the conditions for your best thinking and most valuable contributions. Exercise. Identify your most important tasks. Now it's time to apply these focus principles to your own work through a practical exercise in prioritization and focus protection. This exercise will help you direct your consistent efforts toward what matters most and create the conditions for deep, meaningful progress. Begin by identifying your 1 to 3 most important tasks, MITs, for tomorrow. These should be the tasks that, if completed, would make tomorrow a successful day regardless of what else happens or doesn't happen. To identify these MITs, ask yourself, what 1 or 2 things, if completed, would make tomorrow a success? Consider which tasks would create the most significant progress toward your important goals or projects. Focus on importance rather than urgency, prioritizing high-value work over merely time-sensitive tasks. Write these MITs down clearly, being specific about what completion looks like for each task. Instead of vague intentions like work on Project X, define concrete outcomes, complete first draft of Project X executive summary, or solve the specific technical problem with feature Y. Next, plan when you will tackle your primary MIT. Ideally, schedule it early in your day or during a time you know you typically have high energy and focus. Block this time in your calendar as you would an important meeting, creating a non-negotiable appointment with your most important work. Be realistic about how much time the task will require, and consider adding a buffer to account for unexpected challenges or the tendency to underestimate time requirements. It's better to allocate more time than you think you'll need and finish early than to consistently run out of time before completion. Finally, anticipate potential distractions or non-essential requests that might arise tomorrow and threaten your focus time. These might include email notifications, colleague interruptions, social media temptations, or last-minute meeting requests. Prepare a polite but firm response for protecting your focus time from these distractions. For example, "Thanks for thinking of me, but I need to focus on X right now. Can we connect after 2 p.m.? Or, "I've reserved this time for focused work on Project Y. I'll be available to help with that after 11:30. Having these responses prepared in advance reduces the cognitive burden of formulating them in the moment and makes you more likely to protect your focus time effectively. It also helps others understand and respect your boundaries when they see your consistent commitment to focused work. By identifying your MITs, scheduling focused time to complete them, and preparing to protect that time from distractions, you create the conditions for meaningful progress on what matters most. This approach ensures that your consistency translates into impact rather than merely activity, directing your momentum toward your most important goals and priorities. Conclusion. In this chapter, we've explored the crucial relationship between consistency and focus in today's distracted world. We've seen how the ability to concentrate deeply has become both increasingly rare and increasingly valuable, creating a significant advantage for those who can maintain focused attention on important work. We've examined how consistent systems free up mental energy for focus by eliminating constant decision-making and creating predictable routines. We've explored the power of identifying most important tasks and tackling them during your prime focus hours, ensuring that what matters most receives your best attention and energy. We've addressed the challenge of protecting your focus through effective boundary setting and the art of saying no, recognizing that what you decline is as important as what you accept for maintaining concentrated attention. We've discovered the Goldilocks rule of optimal challenge and how consistent practice helps you stay in the flow channel where engagement and focus become natural rather than forced. Finally, we've explored time blocking as a practical structure for implementing these focus principles within your consistent systems, creating dedicated space for deep work and reducing the costly context switching that fragments attention and energy. Through the Identify Your MITs exercise, you've begun applying these principles to your own work, creating conditions for meaningful progress on what matters most rather than merely staying busy with low-value activities. But even with clear priorities, protected focus time, and consistent systems, the journey toward your goals isn't complete without a crucial element that many people overlook entirely. In the relentless push forward, there's a counterintuitive practice that might be the key to sustaining consistency and focus over the long term. In the next chapter, we'll explore a dimension of consistency that seems paradoxical at first glance, but proves essential for lasting progress. You'll discover why the most successful people in any field don't just work differently, they pause differently. And this subtle distinction might be what separates those who maintain consistency for weeks from those who sustain it for a lifetime. The secret lies not in adding another technique to your system, but in creating space for something that modern productivity culture often treats as unnecessary or even wasteful. Yet without it, even the most perfectly designed consistency system will eventually collapse under its own weight. Chapter 9. Review Progress. She had been consistent with her meditation practice for nearly 3 months now, a personal record. Every morning, without fail, she sat on her cushion for at least 10 minutes before starting her day. The habit had become almost automatic, integrated seamlessly into her morning routine. Yet something felt off. The practice that had initially brought such clarity and calm now felt mechanical, a box to check rather than a meaningful experience. She was showing up consistently, but the quality of her engagement had diminished. The habit remained, but its purpose seemed to be fading. One morning, instead of immediately beginning her meditation, she paused to reflect. When had the practice started feeling stale? What had changed since those first weeks when each session felt like a valuable discovery? What adjustments might restore the vitality of this habit she'd worked so hard to establish? This moment of reflection, this pause to evaluate rather than simply continue, would prove to be as important as the consistency itself. Without realizing it, she had stumbled upon the often overlooked final piece of the consistency puzzle. In previous chapters, we've explored the essential elements of consistency: clarity about what you want, effective system design, reduced friction, managed mindset, aligned identity, built momentum, and focused attention. These elements create powerful conditions for consistent action and meaningful progress. But there's a final dimension that transforms consistency from a temporary achievement into a lifelong practice. This chapter will reveal why consistency isn't a destination you reach, but a journey you refine, and how regular review and reflection are essential for maintaining and enhancing your systems over time. You'll discover why even the most perfectly designed consistency system requires ongoing maintenance and evolution to remain effective as your circumstances, goals, and capabilities change. By understanding how to systematically review your progress and refine your approach, you'll develop the capacity to not just maintain consistency, but to continuously improve it, creating an upward spiral of effectiveness and achievement that compounds over time. The path to lasting consistency isn't just about establishing habits, it's about evolving them through intentional review and refinement. Consistency as a continuous journey, not a destination. When people first pursue consistency, they often envision reaching a point where everything clicks into place, where the habits become automatic, the systems run smoothly, and consistency becomes effortless. This perspective treats consistency as a destination to arrive at rather than a journey to navigate. Why systems need maintenance? The reality is that even the most well-designed systems require ongoing maintenance and adjustment. This necessity stems from several fundamental truths about human behavior and the changing nature of our lives. First, life circumstances change, requiring system adjustments. Career transitions, relationship changes, health fluctuations, and countless other life events can disrupt even the most established routines. A morning workout system that functions perfectly during normal work periods might become impossible during a major project deadline or family emergency. A writing habit that thrives in winter might struggle during summer travel. These changing circumstances don't mean your consistency efforts have failed. They simply indicate that your systems need adaptation to remain effective in new conditions. The ability to adjust your systems in response to changing circumstances is as important as the initial design of those systems. Second, habits can become stale or less effective over time, even without external changes. What begins as a meaningful practice can gradually become routine, losing its initial purpose and power. The meditation practice that once brought insight and calm becomes mechanical. The learning habit that once sparked curiosity becomes a chore. This staleness often occurs because we stop paying attention to the quality of our engagement as we focus on maintaining the quantity of our consistency. We track whether we showed up, but not how we showed up, leading to hollow habits that maintain the form but lose the substance of what made them valuable. Third, complacency can set in once consistency is established. After the initial challenge of building a habit, it's easy to shift into autopilot, assuming that what worked initially will continue working indefinitely. This complacency prevents us from noticing subtle signs of diminishing returns or opportunities for enhancement. The consistent exerciser might maintain the same routine for years without increasing the challenge, leading to plateaued results. The consistent reader might continue with the same reading approach without exploring new genres or deeper analysis, limiting potential growth. These realities highlight why systems need ongoing maintenance, not because they're flawed, but because they exist in a dynamic context of changing circumstances, evolving needs, and growing capabilities. The maintenance isn't a sign of failure, but an essential component of long-term success. The goal: continuous improvement, not just maintenance. Given these realities, the goal shifts from merely maintaining consistency to continuously improving it. This shift transforms consistency from a static achievement into a dynamic practice of ongoing refinement and growth. Moving from just doing it to doing it better creates an entirely different relationship with your consistent habits. Instead of simply repeating behaviors, you're constantly looking for ways to enhance their effectiveness, efficiency, and meaning. This perspective prevents staleness by introducing the ongoing challenge of improvement. For example, rather than just maintaining a daily writing habit, you might focus on improving your writing clarity, trying different creative approaches, or increasing your depth of analysis. The consistency remains, but the quality and impact of that consistency continuously evolves. This approach frames review not as a chore, but as an opportunity for growth and optimization. Regular evaluation becomes a chance to discover new possibilities, refine your approach, and increase the return on your consistency investment. It's the difference between maintaining a garden at its current state and actively cultivating it to become more beautiful and productive over time. Embracing the mindset of lifelong learning and refinement transforms consistency from a fixed destination into an ongoing journey of discovery and development. Each consistent action becomes not just a repetition of what came before, but a chance to learn, adjust, and improve. This perspective aligns with the Japanese concept of kaizen, continuous improvement through small, incremental changes. Rather than seeking dramatic transformations, kaizen focuses on consistent, minor refinements that compound over time into significant progress. This approach perfectly complements the consistency principles we've explored throughout this book. By viewing consistency as a continuous journey of improvement rather than a fixed destination, you create conditions for sustainable, long-term growth rather than temporary achievement followed by stagnation or decline. The question becomes not, have I become consistent, but how am I evolving my consistency? The power of tracking, making your consistency visible. A fundamental principle in both science and personal development is that you can't improve what you don't measure. Tracking provides the objective data needed for effective review and refinement of your consistency efforts. Why track your habits and actions? Tracking serves several crucial functions in maintaining and enhancing consistency. First, it provides objective data on your actual behavior versus your perceived behavior. Human memory and perception are notoriously unreliable when it comes to evaluating our own patterns. We tend to overestimate our consistency when we're doing well and underestimate it when we're struggling. For example, you might believe you've been consistent with your exercise routine, but tracking might reveal you've actually worked out only twice in the past week. Conversely, you might feel you've been inconsistent with your reading habit, but tracking shows you've read 5 days out of 7, a solid performance worth acknowledging. This objective data prevents both unwarranted self-criticism and unearned self-congratulation, providing an accurate foundation for review and adjustment. It replaces, I feel like I'm not being consistent, with I've been consistent 71% of the time, transforming vague impressions into specific information you can work with. Second, tracking creates immediate feedback, reinforcing successful actions and building the momentum we discussed in Chapter 7. The simple act of recording a completed habit provides a small but meaningful reward, creating positive reinforcement that supports continued consistency. This feedback loop is particularly valuable for habits with delayed or subtle benefits. When the rewards of a behavior aren't immediately apparent, as with exercise, learning, creative work, or financial habits, tracking provides a form of immediate positive feedback that bridges the gap until the long-term benefits become evident. Third, tracking increases awareness of patterns, triggers, and potential issues that might otherwise go unnoticed. By making your consistency visible, tracking helps you identify correlations between your environment, mental state, or circumstances and your behavior patterns. You might notice that you consistently miss your writing habit on days with early meetings, that your meditation practice suffers during high-stress periods, or that your exercise consistency improves dramatically when you work out at the same time each day. These patterns provide valuable insights for system refinement, highlighting specific areas for adjustment. Simple methods for effective tracking. Effective tracking doesn't require complex systems or extensive data collection. Simple, sustainable methods often provide the most valuable information while minimizing the friction that might prevent consistent tracking itself. Habit trackers in various forms, apps, journals, or calendars, provide structured formats for recording consistency. Digital apps offer features like reminders, streak counting, and data visualization that can enhance motivation and insight. Physical journals or calendars provide tangible records and the satisfaction of manually marking completion. The best format is the one you'll actually use consistently. Even simpler approaches can be highly effective. A wall calendar with X marks for completed days, popularized as the "don't break the chain" method. A simple checklist on your phone or a log in a notebook can provide sufficient tracking with minimal complexity. The key is making the tracking process itself easy enough that it doesn't become an obstacle to consistency. When tracking, focus on recording the process, the system action, rather than just the outcome. For example, track whether you wrote for 30 minutes, process, rather than only how many words you produced, outcome. This process focus reinforces the consistency of your actions rather than tying your motivation to results that might vary for reasons beyond your control. This doesn't mean outcomes aren't important. They certainly are. But for tracking purposes, emphasizing process creates a more reliable and motivating record of your consistency, acknowledging that you can control your actions more directly than their results. Using tracking data for insight, not judgment. The way you relate to your tracking data significantly influences its impact on your consistency. When approached with curiosity rather than judgment, tracking becomes a powerful tool for improvement rather than a source of pressure or discouragement. Viewing tracking as information gathering for improvement shifts its purpose from evaluation to insight. The data isn't there to prove your worth or determine whether you're good enough. It's there to help you understand patterns, identify opportunities for adjustment, and make informed decisions about your systems. This perspective helps avoid self-criticism based solely on the numbers. A week with lower consistency isn't evidence of personal failure, but information about what might need adjustment in your system. Perhaps the cues need strengthening, the friction needs further reduction, or your recovery plan needs refinement. When you approach tracking with curiosity rather than judgment, even periods of inconsistency become valuable learning opportunities rather than reasons for discouragement. Each data point, whether reflecting success or struggle, provides information that can guide your next steps in refining your approach. This non-judgmental tracking creates a positive cycle where increased awareness leads to targeted adjustments, which improve consistency, which provides more positive data, which further reinforces the habit. In contrast, judgmental tracking often creates negative cycles where perceived failure leads to discouragement, which reduces consistency, which generates more negative data, which increases discouragement. By using tracking data for insight rather than judgment, you transform it from a potential source of pressure into a valuable ally in your consistency journey. The data becomes not a measure of your worth, but a guide for your growth. The review ritual, reflecting on what's working and what's not. While tracking provides the raw data for improvement, structured review sessions transform that data into actionable insights. These dedicated periods of reflection are where the real power of continuous improvement emerges. Scheduling regular review sessions. The effectiveness of review depends largely on making it a consistent practice rather than an occasional afterthought. This requires dedicating specific time, whether weekly, monthly, or quarterly, specifically for reflection on your consistency systems. These review sessions don't need to be lengthy. Even 15 to 30 minutes can be highly effective if approached with focus and intention. The key is making them regular enough to catch issues before they become entrenched and spaced appropriately for your particular habits and goals. For many consistency practices, a weekly review provides an ideal balance, frequent enough to catch patterns quickly, but with sufficient data to identify meaningful trends. More established habits might benefit from monthly reviews, while particularly challenging habits or periods of significant change might warrant more frequent reflection. Making review itself a consistent habit ensures it actually happens rather than being perpetually postponed. Just as you schedule your other important activities, your review sessions deserve dedicated time in your calendar or routine. This scheduling transforms review from something you'll do when you get around to it, which often means never, to a non-negotiable part of your consistency practice. Treating this time as crucial for long-term success elevates its priority and ensures it doesn't get sacrificed to more immediate but less important demands. The review isn't a luxury or an optional add-on. It's an essential component of sustainable consistency, as important as the habits themselves for achieving your long-term goals. Key questions for your review. Effective review sessions are guided by specific questions that direct your attention to the most valuable insights and opportunities for improvement. These questions transform vague reflection into structured analysis that produces actionable adjustments. Start by examining what went well regarding your consistency during this period and why. Identifying successes isn't just about celebration, though that's valuable too. It's about understanding what conditions, approaches, or elements of your system are working effectively so you can maintain and potentially expand them. For example, if you notice you've been perfectly consistent with your morning meditation but struggled with evening reading, examining the differences between these systems might reveal valuable insights about timing, environment, or approach that could be applied to improve the struggling habit. Next, explore where you struggled or fell short and what obstacles you encountered. This exploration isn't about assigning blame, but about identifying specific challenges that need addressing. Were there particular days or circumstances where consistency was more difficult? Were there patterns to your inconsistency? What internal or external factors seem to interfere most significantly? This analysis helps pinpoint the weak links in your consistency chain, the specific points where your system is vulnerable to disruption. These weak links become your highest leverage opportunities for improvement, where small adjustments can produce significant gains in overall consistency. Consider whether your current system is still effective and relevant given your evolving circumstances, goals, and capabilities. Systems that worked perfectly in one context might need significant adjustment in another. A habit that once served your goals might need recalibration as those goals evolve or as you develop new capabilities. This question prevents the common trap of maintaining systems past their usefulness simply because they're established. It ensures your consistency serves your current priorities rather than outdated ones, keeping your habits aligned with what truly matters to you now. Finally, identify specific adjustments you can make to improve your system or overcome obstacles. Based on your analysis of successes, challenges, and relevance, what concrete changes might enhance your consistency? These adjustments might involve any aspect of your system: cues, friction, mindset, identity, momentum, focus, or the review process itself. The key is translating your reflections into specific, actionable changes rather than general intentions. Instead of, "I need to be more consistent with my writing," you might decide, "I'll move my writing materials to my bedside table to reduce morning friction," or "I'll use a timer to maintain focus during my writing sessions." Identifying areas for adjustment and optimization. As you consider potential adjustments, it's helpful to organize your thinking around the key elements of consistency we've explored throughout this book. This framework ensures you consider the full range of potential improvements rather than defaulting to familiar approaches. You might pinpoint friction points that need reduction, connecting back to Chapter 4. Perhaps your morning routine has too many steps before your key habit, your materials aren't readily accessible, or your environment contains unnecessary distractions. Specific adjustments to reduce these friction points can significantly improve consistency with minimal additional effort. You might identify cues that need strengthening or weakening, drawing on the principles from Chapter 3. Perhaps your habit cue is too subtle or easily missed. Your environment doesn't effectively prompt the desired behavior, or competing cues are distracting your attention. Adjustments to make positive cues more obvious and negative cues less visible can powerfully influence your behavior patterns. You might recognize mindset challenges that need addressing, applying the insights from Chapter 5. Perhaps certain cognitive distortions are undermining your consistency. Your self-talk is overly critical after lapses, or your approach to challenges needs reframing. Adjustments to your mental patterns and responses can transform your relationship with consistency challenges. This systematic approach to identifying adjustment areas ensures you don't repeatedly apply the same solutions to different problems. It expands your toolkit for enhancing consistency, allowing you to address the specific factors that are most relevant to your current challenges rather than defaulting to generic advice or familiar approaches. From reflection to refinement, layering improvements. The insights gained through review become valuable only when translated into actual refinements of your system. This translation process, moving from reflection to concrete adjustment, is where the real power of review emerges. The process of mastery through iteration. Significant improvement rarely comes from dramatic overhauls, but from small, consistent adjustments compounded over time. This iterative approach to mastery aligns perfectly with the consistency principles we've explored throughout this book. Understanding that meaningful progress comes from small, consistent adjustments prevents the common trap of seeking perfect solutions or complete system redesigns. Instead of waiting to implement the ideal system, which often means taking no action at all, you make modest improvements to your current approach, gradually evolving toward greater effectiveness. For example, if your review reveals that morning distractions are undermining your writing habit, you might make a small adjustment like turning off notifications during your writing time. This single change might increase your consistency by 20%. The next review might lead to another small adjustment, perhaps preparing your writing materials the night before, that adds another 15% improvement. Over time, these incremental changes compound into dramatic improvements in your overall consistency. Applying insights from your review to tweak your system transforms reflection from an intellectual exercise into a practical tool for enhancement. Each review becomes not just an evaluation of the past, but a launching point for improved future performance, creating a continuous cycle of reflection and refinement. To maintain focus and prevent overwhelm, concentrate on making one or two small improvements at a time, rather than attempting to address every possible enhancement simultaneously. This focused approach allows you to clearly evaluate the impact of specific changes and prevents the friction that comes from trying to modify too many variables at once. This iterative process embodies the principle of continuous improvement, not seeking perfection in a single leap, but consistently moving toward greater effectiveness through regular, intentional adjustments based on actual experience and results. Making your system more resilient and effective. As you refine your system through regular review, certain areas often benefit from particular attention to enhance both resilience and effectiveness. These areas connect back to key principles we've explored in previous chapters, creating an integrated approach to system improvement. Strengthening your Get Back on Track plan, as discussed in Chapter 7, enhances your system's resilience against inevitable disruptions. Review often reveals specific patterns in how consistency breaks down, particular circumstances, triggers, or challenges that repeatedly derail your habits. By refining your recovery plan to address these specific vulnerabilities, you create a more robust system that can maintain consistency even through difficult periods. For example, if review shows that travel consistently disrupts your exercise habit, you might develop a specific, simplified exercise routine for travel days, complete with implementation intentions for when and where you'll do it. This targeted adjustment addresses a specific vulnerability, making your overall system more resilient. Refining your focus strategies, drawing on principles from Chapter 8, enhances the effectiveness of your consistent actions. Review might reveal that while you're showing up consistently, the quality of your engagement varies significantly, affecting your results. Adjustments to how you structure your focus, prioritize tasks, or protect your attention can transform the impact of your consistent efforts. For instance, if you notice your writing sessions are consistent but frequently interrupted by digital distractions, you might implement a specific focus protocol. Perhaps using website blockers, turning off notifications, or implementing time blocking to enhance the quality of your writing time. Ensuring your system continues to align with your identity, connecting back to Chapter 6, maintains the intrinsic motivation that sustains long-term consistency. Review might reveal that certain habits feel increasingly disconnected from your evolving self-concept, creating internal resistance. Adjustments that realign these habits with your identity can restore their natural momentum. For example, if your learning habit was initially tied to professional advancement, but you've recently shifted career focus, you might reframe this habit around an identity as a lifelong learner or curious person rather than its specific professional application. This realignment reconnects the habit to your current self-concept, renewing its intrinsic motivation. These targeted refinements address not just the mechanics of your system, but its psychological foundations, creating an approach to consistency that becomes increasingly natural, resilient, and effective over time. The system evolves with you rather than becoming an outdated structure you eventually abandon. Embracing the journey, the lifelong practice of showing up. As we conclude our exploration of consistency, it's valuable to zoom out and recognize the broader journey you're undertaking. Not just establishing specific habits, but developing the fundamental skill of consistency itself. Consistency as a skill that grows with practice. Like any complex capability, consistency is a skill that develops through practice, rather than an innate trait some people have and others don't. This perspective shifts consistency from a fixed characteristic, "I'm just not a consistent person," to a learnable ability that improves with deliberate effort and experience. Recognizing that your ability to be consistent improves over time creates patience with the development process. Early struggles with consistency aren't evidence of inherent limitation, but natural parts of skill acquisition. Just as you wouldn't expect to play complex music after a few piano lessons, you shouldn't expect flawless consistency in your initial efforts. This skill development occurs across multiple dimensions. You become more adept at designing effective systems as you learn what works for your specific tendencies and circumstances. You develop greater resilience in maintaining consistency through challenges as you build recovery strategies based on actual experience. You become more skilled at the review and refinement process itself, identifying patterns and making adjustments with increasing precision. Celebrating the progress made in becoming a more consistent person acknowledges this skill development rather than focusing exclusively on the outcomes of specific habits. Even when particular habits face setbacks, your overall consistency capability might be strengthening in ways that will benefit all your future efforts. This celebration isn't about inflating accomplishments, but about recognizing genuine progress in your fundamental approach to consistency. Perhaps you recover from lapses more quickly than before, design more effective systems from the start, or maintain consistency through circumstances that would have previously derailed you completely. These developments represent meaningful growth in your consistency skill. The compounding effect of continuous improvement. The combination of consistency and continuous improvement creates a powerful compounding effect that transforms modest initial efforts into extraordinary long-term results. This compounding operates through multiple reinforcing mechanisms. Regular review and refinement amplify the benefits of consistency by continuously increasing the effectiveness of your actions. While consistency alone creates progress through repetition, adding systematic improvement accelerates this progress by enhancing the impact of each repetition. It's the difference between walking the same path 1,000 times and building a better path with each journey. For example, Consistent writing practice might gradually improve your skills through repetition alone. But when combined with regular review that identifies specific weaknesses and targeted practice to address them, this improvement accelerates dramatically. The consistency provides the foundation, while the refinement multiplies its impact. This entire process, consistency supported by tracking, review, and refinement, creates a path to sustainable, long-term achievement that far surpasses what could be accomplished through sporadic intensity or consistency without improvement. It transforms consistency from a means of maintaining the status quo into an engine of continuous growth and development. The compounding effect applies not just to the specific habits you're developing, but to your overall approach to achievement. Each cycle of consistent action, review, and refinement strengthens your general capability for effective action. You become not just better at specific skills, but better at the meta-skill of improvement itself. This perspective reveals the true power of the approach we've explored throughout this book. It's not just about establishing particular habits or achieving specific goals, though it certainly supports those outcomes. It's about developing a fundamental approach to achievement that can be applied to any area of life, creating an upward spiral of growth that continues indefinitely. By embracing consistency as a lifelong practice rather than a temporary effort, you transform it from a struggle against your nature into an expression of who you're becoming. Someone who shows up, reflects, adjusts, and grows, day after day, year after year. This is the ultimate promise of consistency, not just achieving particular outcomes, but becoming the kind of person for whom achievement is the natural result of how you approach life. Exercise weekly consistency check. To begin applying these review principles to your own consistency journey, let's implement a simple but powerful weekly review practice. This exercise creates the foundation for the continuous improvement process we've explored throughout this chapter. Start by choosing one key habit or system you are actively working on building consistency with. This could be a habit from previous exercises in this book or another area where you're seeking greater consistency. Select something meaningful that you genuinely want to maintain and improve over time. Next, implement a simple tracking method for this habit throughout the upcoming week. This doesn't need to be elaborate. The goal is capturing accurate data with minimal friction. You might mark a calendar, use a habit tracking app, or keep a simple log each day you perform the action. Focus on tracking the process, whether you took the intended action, rather than just outcomes. For example, track whether you wrote for your planned time rather than only how many words you produced, or whether you exercised rather than only performance metrics. This process focus reinforces the consistency itself rather than tying your motivation to results that might vary for reasons beyond your control. Schedule 15 minutes at the end of the week specifically for your review. Put this time on your calendar or in your planning system, treating it as an important appointment rather than an optional extra. This dedicated time ensures the review actually happens rather than being postponed indefinitely. During your review session, first look at your tracking data objectively. What does it show about your consistency this week? When did you follow through and when did you miss? Are there patterns in the timing, circumstances, or context of your successes and struggles? Ask yourself, what made it easier or harder to be consistent this week? Consider both external factors, environment, schedule, social context, and internal factors, energy, motivation, mindset. Look for specific conditions or approaches that supported consistency and specific obstacles that hindered it. Based on this analysis, identify one specific small adjustment you can make to your system, environment, or approach for the coming week to improve consistency or effectiveness. This adjustment should directly address a pattern or challenge you identified in your review, creating a clear link between your reflection and your refinement. Write down this adjustment clearly, specifying exactly what you'll change and how you'll implement it. This written commitment increases the likelihood that you'll actually make the adjustment rather than simply intending to do so. In the following week, implement this adjustment while continuing to track your consistency. At your next review session, evaluate whether the adjustment improved your consistency and what further refinements might be valuable. This weekly consistency check creates a continuous cycle of tracking, review, and refinement that gradually enhances your system over time. Each week builds on the insights and improvements of previous weeks, creating a compounding effect that transforms modest initial efforts into remarkable long-term results. By making this review process itself a consistent habit, you establish the foundation for ongoing growth and improvement in all your consistency efforts. The review becomes not an occasional correction, but an integral part of your approach to consistency, the element that transforms mere repetition into continuous evolution. The journey. Throughout this book, we've explored the fundamental principles and practices that make consistency possible and sustainable. We began by understanding why consistency trumps motivation as the engine of achievement and how clarity provides the essential foundation for consistent action. We examined how to design effective systems, reduce friction, manage your mind, align your identity, build momentum, and focus deeply. In this final chapter, we've completed the consistency puzzle by exploring the crucial role of review and refinement in maintaining and enhancing your systems over time. We've seen that consistency isn't a destination you reach, but a journey you refine through ongoing tracking, reflection, and adjustment. The approach we've explored throughout this book offers something far more valuable than specific techniques or temporary solutions. It provides a fundamental framework for achievement that can be applied to any goal, habit, or area of life. It transforms consistency from a struggle against your nature into an expression of who you're becoming. The true power of this approach lies in its compounding effect over time. Each consistent action builds momentum. Each review identifies opportunities for improvement. Each refinement enhances the effectiveness of your system. This continuous cycle creates an upward spiral of growth and achievement that accelerates with each iteration. What begins as modest, imperfect efforts gradually evolves into extraordinary results through the magic of consistency combined with continuous improvement. The person who writes a mediocre paragraph daily but consistently reviews and refines their approach eventually produces work of remarkable quality. The individual who begins with brief, simple exercise sessions but continuously adjusts based on experience eventually develops impressive fitness and capability. This isn't just a method for achieving particular goals. It's a fundamental approach to life that transforms who you are through what you do consistently. Each day of showing up, reflecting, and adjusting not only moves you toward specific outcomes, but develops your capacity for effective action in any domain. The journey of consistency is ultimately the journey of becoming more capable, more resilient, more focused, and more aligned with your deepest values and aspirations. It's about developing not just specific skills or habits, but the meta-skill of transformation itself, the ability to deliberately shape who you are through consistent action and reflection. As you move forward from these pages into continued practice, remember that perfection isn't the goal. Progress is. There will be days when consistency falters, when systems break down, when the ideal gives way to the real messiness of human life. These moments aren't failures, but opportunities for learning and refinement, essential parts of the journey rather than deviations from it. The question isn't whether you'll maintain perfect consistency. No one does. The question is whether you'll keep showing up, keep tracking, keep reviewing, and keep refining. It's whether you'll treat consistency not as a temporary effort, but as a lifelong practice of becoming the person you aspire to be. This is the ultimate promise of consistency, not just achieving particular outcomes, but becoming someone for whom achievement is the natural result of how you approach life. Not forcing yourself to take action against your nature, but evolving your nature through consistent action until what once required effort becomes who you are. The path is clear, though not always easy. Show up consistently, track honestly, review regularly, refine continuously, and watch as small, imperfect actions compound over time into a life of extraordinary achievement and becoming. The journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step, but it's the consistent steps that follow, guided by regular reflection and adjustment, that actually complete the journey. Your next step awaits. Keep going. Yet consistency alone isn't enough when life's inevitable challenges trigger emotional reactions that derail your carefully designed systems. Even the most disciplined among us can watch months of consistent habits unravel in moments of stress, frustration, or conflict. What if the missing piece isn't only in your systems, but in how you respond when those systems are tested? The true mastery of consistency requires something deeper: the ability to maintain your composure when everything around you is pulling for reaction. Discover how to protect your consistency journey from emotional hijacking in the audiobook, The Power of Not Reacting: Genius Strategies to Stay Calm in Any Situation. Tap the center of the video now to continue your transformation journey.